Gracious Father, we come before you right now. Thanking you for all things. We ask that you allow us to come together on one accord to conduct county business. We ask that we use our wisdom, our knowledge, and our know-how to go over this budget and to make it the way that it needs to be in order to serve the community that we live in. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
So those of you that have been through this process, I guess all of you have actually been through this process, just maybe not in the capacity you're in today, but it's a pretty painless process. Susan and her team take care of organizing everything, striking people that try to raise their budgets, giving lashes to those that try to spend extra money, things of that nature. So she pretty well has all the hard work done before it ever gets here. Those of you that were on the Quorum Court back in the previous days, when we didn't have a finance department, realize what a blessing this is. I know that Larry and Thomas and Ray, we all sat through that, and it was about a 15-minute chore in between each office because you had to thumb through paperwork to find your budget to try to get it out and look at it and see if it matched what was there. And then Mary Culpepper, who was administrative assistant, had most of the information in her head. So if you asked any questions, she divulged it from memory rather than having it on a piece of paper for you.
My favorite story from those old days was the tax collector. We had asked him.
Not me.
No, the previous one of the previous ones asked him to put in additional lines in his office, and he said, "Well, I got 2 lines. That's all we need. Otherwise, my staff's going to be taking up time dealing with the public." And so we're up here, and we get finished with the budget ahead of his a little bit early, and we try to call him. Oh, the line's busy. So the county judge's assistant goes down to the office and catches them on the internet or the intercom, and he comes up, and I said, "The first item of business is to increase your budget for the telephone area. Purchase 3 more lines." And he says, "That's probably a good idea."
Yes, it was a good idea. So this is, we're blessed at this point to have the funds that we have. We're not going to have to ask our department heads to go back and cut 10% out of their budget so we can meet our bottom line. And we've had to do that before, and it's a painful process. But today we should be able to go through these. I call it the nuts and bolts, bricks and mortar of the budget. We're not going to review any capital outlay today, and we're not going to review any personnel, just as always. We're going to go through basically and look at the things they need, the copiers, the paper clips, things of that nature. You'll see some shared items in each budget where the county attorney, the finance department, things that are shared by all departments are broke down, and each one of them receives a little piece of that into their budget. So those may fluctuate. You may see some fluctuations with the insurance in each of these budgets. So that's about the only fluctuations we actually see this year. But I just want to remind you that this is just the nuts and bolts, no personnel, no capital, and I don't think it's going to be any problem for us to go through this just as we did the past couple of years and try to get this part worked out and move on to the next part. November the 6th, the evening of November the 6th will be a finance meeting and a special quorum court meeting, and we will deal with the personnel and capital outlay at that time. Any questions? Okay, we're ready to begin. Mr. Chairman, county attorney is the first budget we'll be looking at today. All right, Howard.
Mr. Chairman, if any of the committee has questions, I'll be glad to answer. If not, I can just hit the highlights if that makes it easier for you.
Hit the highlights.
Hit the highlights. Aside from personnel, we have a new position that we're proposing for that day and the equipment that goes with it. And aside from a reduction in capital that I had last year that I won't need again, my budget is static.
That's the highlights.
Static is good.
There we are.
Mr. Chairman, move for approval.
So, have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion carries. For the county attorney's budget.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go to the tax collector next. She sued, so. Is that okay, Rebecca? Yeah. Because treasurer's not here. Let's skip over the green tag. Next screen tab.
I learned a long time ago, when you be here, you might lose your game.
I don't think we're gonna make her cry this morning.
I don't know.
She's probably already ready to
She's
cry.
probably already
I was gonna
ready.
cry, it would have been
Yes.
earlier this
Before you
week,
left the
last
house.
week.
But don't make her too mad, because she's got on some boots this morning.
You want that? You don't need that.
I brought mine.
Hey, Micah,
You should have a book back there, Mike, on the front row.
Actually, it's the second row, I borrowed it.
Okay.
But you can
You
take
got
it
a front
back.
row seat to hear old Johnny's thing, but Johnny's not here. Might be a problem.
Okay, which one are we starting with, the general?
County General,
Okay. Any questions?
you got any comments first?
Not really. The general basically is the, we have the tax refunds that's in there, and then, the insurances, the OASIS, janitorial supplies, things to that nature, that's just things we have to do. There's the things that we share with the revenue office and the assessor's office to take care of the government office building. The rest of it I've moved over to the automation thing.
Tax refunds, you don't have a whole lot of control over, do you?
No, I do not. And I never know what they're gonna be.
And I can see that 22 is 6,600. You're projecting for,
And 21, I think there was 24,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it just depends.
it depends.
Yeah, okay.
I never know what it's gonna be.
A lot of things you can pretty well control, but things like that, that's out of your control.
I do have a question on your line item 3,100. What's other miscellaneous? What's that include?
She didn't have anything in there.
Are you talking about the automation?
Yeah, that's on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Never
No,
mind.
it's
That was a
Say
previous.
3,100?
Yeah, 3,100 in county general.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
Yeah, I see.
Most people won't use that line.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion, second on the floor, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion passes for the tax collectors. Budget.
If y'all notice the spent this year, sorry to interrupt, the spent is gonna be through July the 31st. That's the date I have to lock a date in. So your revenues, your expenditures, the actual spent or the actual received will be July 31st. So we have to estimate anything after that. So, of course, she hasn't spent anything much through July 31st, but then you'll see a lot of changes.
And I will advise that in looking budgets over for a long time, a lot of the officers do not purchase their supplies and such until toward the end of the year, like November, December. So you may see very low expenditures through the first 6, 7, 8, 9 months, but then they'll pick it up at the end. That's when they buy whatever they're going to need.
Well, our advertising will be at the end of the year because of the newspaper. We will buy all of our envelopes, our bill backs and things like that to bill that we'll use in January. I'll buy that in December. If I store it upstairs and we have a leak, then it's rent.
You'll also notice at the back of each of the budgets, there's a kind of a breakdown of the numbers and reflects what they actually are and who they're to.
Miscellaneous on this one, and we use it, we buy water, the bottled water, and basically that, it's more water than anything that we buy, use with that, there's not much in it, I think it's $1,200. And we do that all year long for the employees.
And then you might mention in automation, you've got 4 employees in there as well.
I do, I have
And
4
you used to have
employees,
2,
and,
so-
like last year, the generator is supposed to be being shipped right now that we purchased and being set up here as soon as we slow down enough to shut down and come up here on a Saturday and do it. They wanted to last Saturday, and I said, nope, that's the only Saturday I work. Can't do that.
Automation budget, you'll need to approve the automation budget.
second on that.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Who was the second? Anderson and Dixon?
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the collector's automation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it, collector's automation budget passes.
Treasurer? Tom, are you ready?
Treasurer.
Come dragging in here.
Men's Bible study on Wednesday mornings.
We needed that. You should work with you.
Yes, quarterback club.
What are you gonna do, Judge? What are you gonna do, Judge? Give him his notice?
Morning.
Mr. Stockdale, what would you like to tell us?
It's a beautiful morning. That's all I got to say.
In all these budgets, if you look at the bottom line, and there is a difference from last year to this year, this was 23 to 24. A lot of that's gonna be because we have a huge increase in our health insurance, and it's gonna reflect your total. So when you see his total, even though he's kept most things pretty well the same, you know, that's something out of our control. We have to pay health insurance. So
And the website went up too.
that's true, by about $100 or $50 or something, yeah. Yeah.
That's the only change.
Insurance, Jones.
Okay.
You spend most of your postage the latter half of the year.
Yes. Mhm. Normally December, November, December.
A good thing we're doing now is we're sending a lot of things electronic. A lot of our payments are electronic. I mean, we're doing our electronic checks and
Yeah.
do a lot of things like our credit card, some of our energy bills, and that's helped. It's probably the postage, I don't think.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Dixon second.
No,
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, noes? Ayes have it. The budget passes. Now we'll move on to the treasurer's automation fund.
Want to give us a brief overview of what an automation fund is and why it was set up
Sure.
by the legislature?
Mm-hmm. I forgot the act number, but it was long, I think 98 or something like that. It was for treasurers to automate their office computers and then it changed. Now you can spend it for any legal expense in the office. So it doesn't have to be just used for computers. It can be used for anything, any legal expense.
And it made it harder for quorum courts to change your budget and try to take money away from an automation fund, right? That's what I was told earlier.
I don't know. Actually,
Tim willingly gives his up anyway.
yeah. Yeah, it's not,
What do
some
you-
counties maybe, but we don't.
What do you recall about that, Judge?
Hmm?
What do you recall about that?
I don't know that it had any effect on that, but it did initially, it had a rather narrow guideline as to what it could be used for.
At first.
Right.
And later it came out with a little bit broader view of what it could be used for. As a matter of fact, Tim's done a lot of security camera work in the courthouse to monitor his staff as they're coming and going with the deposits. And so he's done a lot here for us with the automation fund. And it's something that we've been able to utilize in the past to help us get through some tough times we've had.
Yeah, and that's what it's there for, so that's.
And I mean, you've been very good for us to work with. I was on the court, now as judge, you've been excellent to work with, and we will miss your leadership in that office. So I want to tell you that.
Appreciate it, brother.
It's been a pleasure to have that ability to work together on investments and everything that we've done together, and we'll miss that, Tim.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Judge, if we remember how long ago it was that they changed the law, whereas the commissioners went straight back to the county general or county funds.
It still does at the end of the year. The excess commission is redistributed to all the taxing entities. And that's usually quite a lot of money, 800,000, something like that.
Yeah, it goes to all the taxing entities. I mean, that's what it's turned back to them.
You know, you deduct the amount of his cost of his office, and then 10% of those commissions go into this fund. That's why it grows like it does. And sometimes he's used it for salaries whenever we were worried about COVID. So, but now it's not necessary. So.
Just as if it's helpful, the automation fund is still subject to appropriation by statute, so you still do have to appropriate it, but it can only be used for the purposes set out in the statute as directed by the treasurer. So while you still have some control by appropriation, you can't tell him how to spend the money.
That's what I was thinking that we had.
Now, if I had the freedom to, I'd spend it, help other offices and stuff, but legally we can't do it.
Buy everybody a big red truck.
Yes.
Move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, noes? Ayes have it. Electors Automation Fund budget, give it a due pass.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
We go to the election commission.
Last one, huh, Tim?
Yes.
I made that.
Yes, made it easy.
Hi, Gene. You look pretty excited.
Well, mine is not static. Tell you that up front.
Well, it's that year. It's the election year.
So this is a presidential election year coming up. So even though the election commission is odd year, even year budget, even years are twice what an odd year is, presidential years are even more. So you can't compare this to 22, you have to compare it closer to 20. And that's where we're at. Our biggest expense, of course, is poll workers. It's over half of our budget. And that is a moving target. Most of the time, if we know we're going to have 2 elections, we can pretty much guess that number. But if we have a runoff election or something weird like that happens, then we need more. We typically turn back quite a bit each year because we don't spend it.
And there's reimbursement that comes back to you.
Right, and we get, the state reimburses for the primary election and a runoff, if there's a runoff in the primary. The schools, all 7 school districts, will have their election in conjunction with the primary, and they get billed for their portion. It's not much now because it's part of what the state reimburses, but we'll probably get $110,000 or $11,000 reimbursed from either the state or the school district or anybody else holding an election.
We put $100,000 in the general revenue for elections reimbursement. I didn't go the full amount because you just never know, and just trying to keep it.
Right, if the school district doesn't have, doesn't hold an election because they don't have anybody running against a candidate, then their reimbursement might be $400. Whereas if they hold an election, it might be $2,000 or $3,000. So that's a hard thing to judge in advance.
And not only is half your budget, over half your budget for poll workers, they're probably the most difficult positions to fill as well.
Well,
They're seasonal and
we've done better than most counties.
Absolutely.
But, right now, we've got 204 that have agreed to work this coming year, so we're in pretty good shape. if they actually show up.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, it's due to Gene's leadership in the office. He's always provided a stable working environment for them, even if we had to take generators out and set them up and fans and whatever else we had to do.
Yeah.
But, he's got a good group of people that work with him, and it's a blessing to our county for our elections to know that the integrity is protected and that he has a group of people that are used to working the polls. I mean, we've got a group of folks that have worked them for years, and so they know how to handle things. They know how to answer the questions that come up, and they also protect the integrity of the election.
Also, there's some changes in the statutes and in the rules set by the State Board of Election Commissions that will affect this a little bit. For instance, we, on election night, our chief judge has to bring all the paperwork and the ballots down to the election commission. And now the law is, it takes two people. So it's possible we could have two people in two different vehicles escorting those ballots. So that's a little more expensive. And they're also ruling that we need to do audits, which is not a bad thing. An audit is not a recount, it's after the fact. But for an audit, we'd have to bring poll workers in to help us count ballots. We would randomly pick a location and randomly pick certain races, and we would actually hand count those ballots, compare it against the machine count. It's a feel-good thing. The state board's done like 66,000 ballots so far in Arkansas and found none. They found a couple of little issues with poll workers making mistakes, sticking them in the wrong spot. But other than that, there is no issues. And that's what the audit would do. It just prove to the people that are making noise out there that our county is accurate.
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Lee, you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Motion passed.
You didn't ask my ID.
You know,
We're not gonna let you vote.
it's a little joke. What happens is, obviously, when I go in to vote, they ask for photo ID. I said, next time you come in before this budget committee, we're gonna ask you for your photo ID.
We're not gonna let him vote, don't worry.
Thank you, Gene.
I think
Morning, Jeff. Morning, all.
Hey, Jeff.
your red
Red tab, the next red tab. Computers, IT department.
Jeff Winter and his IS department are probably some of the best money spent that Garland County spends. They do an excellent job for us, all of our computers, all of our IT stuff. They've actually got a person on staff over at the sheriff's office now who's doing a fantastic job with all the things we have in the cars. And, you know, if there's a glitch, they come help us with it. Doesn't matter what time it is. I know I've had Patrick out all hours of the night, on the weekends and everything else, helping us with stuff. So I appreciate the fact that they're so easy to work with.
It actually is quite a big difference for what it used to be. You remember, we hired a private consultant in the
Yes,
past,
absolutely.
and that was not always a pleasant
Well, you
experience.
couldn't ever find them. You couldn't get a hold of them. They couldn't help you with the problem. And we've got, they struggle just like everybody else does with workforce. They get people up and get them trained and get used to everybody, and then they can move on up to bigger and better things in the private sector. But they've done a good job of keeping us somebody that's qualified, and they also do a very good job of protecting us from attacks. And it's made a big difference. And this year we're going to reach out and try to do some cyber insurance, and we've been working with Jeff to find the best product for us, and we're going to make sure that we've got everything we can have to make sure we're protected.
On that note, Jeff, why don't you explain to the committee the cyber insurance, what you're trying to do?
Sure. So, you know, insurance is like anything else. I mean, it's not something you have to have right until you need it. You know, so cyber insurance is similar to all the other types of insurance that you have. But where we anticipate using it, if we ever had to use it, and I tell everybody, you know, I appreciate the judge's kind words, but we spend a lot of time and effort and money trying to protect you guys, as well as the city. And it's a losing proposition, to be honest with you. I mean, we all know that it's a matter of time, that no matter how much money, how much effort you spend, it just takes one person, one click, one employee to click on the wrong thing and do the wrong thing in your own, your own. It happens all around us. City of Fayetteville, Little Rock, this year I'm talking about. And so, like I said, it's all around us. It's others, governments, because like I said, it just doesn't matter how much you spend. But so cyber insurance, where it comes to play is if you do get attacked, and there is a process that you go through. And there was a bill passed or tried to get passed where they would basically make it illegal to pay ransomware. And I'm opposed to paying ransomware. It's, a last resort. It's the only thing, sometimes. So ultimately, what cyber insurance for is not to cover us for ransomware, because that would be our last resort. So we spend a lot of time and effort to make sure that even if we do get attacked, that part of the money, you'll see another line item that's increased is a data center refresh. And one of the items that the data center refresh is a backup appliance, for example. So we do a very multi-layered approach to backup, because I assume that if we get attacked, what's important is how we recover, right? And so we spend a lot of time and effort not only worrying about trying to protect us on the front side, but what we're going to do on the back side. But back to cyber insurance, where they come to play is, when the attack happens, you're going to need instant resources. You're going to need manpower to come in and figure out how to stop it, how to, get past it, what's safe to move forward with. And we've got staff and that's going to be able to help us do all the recovery. But ultimately, we're not professional cybersecurity people, right? So, somebody from some nation state attack from another country attacks us, how do we know it's safe to move forward? And that's where we bring the cyber insurance to bear, is to bring those professionals in and help us determine where we're at, how we move forward with that. And so it's an important piece. But like I said, it's like any other insurance. If you never use it, you wasted the money. But ultimately, it's something that you need to protect yourselves. A good example is cyber insurance this year. I think the CFA, well, I talked to the director there, and I think they spent like $200,000 or $300,000 recovering. They didn't pay any ransomware, but they spent $200,000 or $300,000 recovering. So their deductible, whatever it was insignificant compared to what they would have had to spend to cover it. So that's where the insurance kicks in.
Polk County POPE, which is Russellville, was also attacked this past year, and they wound up paying $64,000, I think, in ransom, and then they had to pay to recover as well. In the past 2 years, both CHI and LifeNet have been hit here, and they were down several months from that, and of course compromised all kinds of records, and it's just like Jeff said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And we've actually had some cases this past year that they were actually trying to hack in. They'd used some Lake Hamilton school email addresses, and they had sent out to all of us and tried to get us to click on a link. And fortunately, they was stopped by Momcast. And so we have had the attempt, but they have not been able to hack in yet.
We're that close.
One of the things my office started doing with your recommendation in audit is now Jennifer and Valerie, they back up the payroll, every payroll, and we keep it off, it's off the server. And we're doing the same thing with AP monthly. And that way we have those records on a flash drive or on a Seagate, backup drive, because that's not, we were going to set it up where it automatically backed up, but if it's always connected to the computer and they get in the computer, then what's the point? They're going to get in the drive. So we learned that from you guys, because I think that was what we were talking about. Then you said, wow, that wouldn't do you much good. So we appreciate y'all.
Yeah, we do a disk to tape to cloud, and then use a second appliance to back up. So, and that's 2 different vendors. So like I said, I hope, all I can do is hope that those vendors are doing, their jobs. And that's actually 3 different vendors that we're dependent upon and they have this thing called immutable, where basically your data is backed up to the cloud. I can't even delete it. So as the owner of the data, it sits there and there's a period of time, like a month, that nobody can delete it. Even the company can't delete it off their own servers. And so you pay, it's called immutable. And so the theory is if they get into your system, they can't go in and delete your data for you, which is the first thing they try to do. So
It's a good idea with suspenders and a belt.
that's right.
If we don't have any more questions, I move for approval.
Second.
A motion and second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it. Keep your IS. You do pass.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Assessor. That's gonna go back to the pink tab. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Shannon's office is the one that causes the most unrest in reappraisal years. So we just had a big reappraisal year last year. That's the most calls that I get in my office anywhere, complaining about the cost increase. However, if they go to sell their property, they always want to get the most they can out of it, and they're glad to see it at that point, but they've always got some reason that the reappraisal should not apply to them.
As you can see, a lot of our change came from the transfer, and that's from John's office and our office expenses. We have a new position in John's office that increased in that. And then and of course, health insurance. She has 19 employees, or 18 employees. 19 have health insurance, so yeah.
Don't want to disturb you while you're looking through that, but the mention of health insurance, we're still working with Blue Cross Blue Shield to try to find a way to reduce the cost that we're seeing increase. However, we may be looking at mid-year going to self-insured. We've met with a couple of different companies that are willing to work with us on that, and I just want you to be aware that the first couple of years of self-insured is going to be a little bit more expensive than what we're paying now. But you have a group that comes in and they work on identifying problems that you got, cost saving, way to save money with your employees. They have a pharmacy monitoring department that takes care of prescriptions for your employees, actually reduces the cost to the employee as well as the county. And we also, the county directly gets the rebates back from pharmaceutical companies that the insurance company is receiving now. So we're going to study it. It's just that every year we see this increase, and we've worked hard to get it down each year, but our claims versus premium still comes in at a negative on the premium side. So this year it was a rather large difference in what the claims were versus what our premiums that we're paying in. So we don't know what the numbers are actually from the rebates for the pharmaceutical companies. However, the difference in the two between the claims and the premium have caused us to, they've asked for a 20.6% increase. And it's a little over $3 million. So that's, it's about a $600,000 to $700,000 increase that we're looking at. I've worked with them, and I've got it reduced somewhat through cutting some of the money to the broker, reducing his pay from 3% to 2%, and also using some marketing money that they have available to use it to pay our premium down. But we're still not where I want to be. I have a number in mind that I'm going to try to get them to. If we can get them to that, we're going to start the year off continuing to be fully insured and keep our deductibles and our out-of-pocket expense for our employees the same, utilizing our HRA. But we've just got a long ways to go to get there. We've got this year, we've got some employees that had children on our kids or Medicaid, and if you pay attention to the news, about 500,000 people have been pushed out of Medicaid in the state of Arkansas this year. and that has adversely affected some of our employees. So they might have been just on the cusp of reaching that point that they couldn't be on it anyway, but now they're pushed off of it, so it's more out of pocket. It's more that they have to pay for the insurance because their children are no longer on that, and they're not making enough to offset the difference that it's costing them in the insurance. So it's a troubling path that health insurance is following. I was visiting with a provider last week to try to get a little handle on what I could actually ask for in being self-insured, and he said it was difficult to put the word health and care together anymore because our country has moved towards socialized medicine. And it's unfortunate, but it's kind of where we wound up. And there have been so many people, even with the Affordable Care Act, that have not utilized the Affordable Care Act, and they go to the emergency room because they've got a sore throat, and the type of seat in the emergency room with somebody with a tragic injury could come in there. And if you've been to the emergency room lately, you're going to sit in there for 5 or 6 hours before you're seen, before you can get your room, maybe a day before you can get your room. And a large percentage of those people in there from visiting with the hospitals here do not have the ability to pay. So across the state of Arkansas, across the nation, we're seeing a crisis also in the healthcare system because they are not making the money to pay for staff. Since COVID, there's so many traveling nurses that they've had to hire. It's increased their cost of doing business so much that they can't afford to keep the doors open in some areas. We have a regional hospital here in CHI, and hopefully they'll be able to fend off all of this stuff that's coming forward, but it's just one attack after another. It's just the fact that we're seeing this reduction in Medicaid, which that was something that they would get paid for, even though it was a reduced rate, it was some revenue. They're not going to have that coming in now. But I know I drifted off and pulled you off of her budget, but that's what we're seeing in the insurance, and that's why you continue to see these numbers of increases because our health insurance is, and I will get it down from where it's at right now. I just don't know how much.
So let me ask you a question. Does the city of Hot Springs have a form of self-insurance?
They do. They actually have a clinic that they have self-insurance too. But from what I've understood from looking at it, and even looking at the self-insurance programs that we're offering, it's very expensive to the families of our employees. It's a pretty big increase. Even the least amount that we could increase them was going to be about 30% more for the families of our employees. And so we've got to take that into consideration as well. We can kind of build a plan, and I believe we have a good provider that is willing to work with us on that, but it's going to take a lot of conversations to put that plan together.
Move for approval.
Have a motion and second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion carried for the assessor's budget. We'll move on to the assessor's amendment 79.
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion and second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion carries for the assessor's amendment 79. Assessor reappraisal.
This budget, $164,820 is provided by general fund. We would transfer in for that because the state only provides the 545, 181. It's pretty well stay constant.
$7 a parcel is what we're.
You say that the state provides the 500,000.
545, 181. per month, and then we provide 164. So basically, the budget is what, they're exactly the same. There's 100%, we put 100% in there, and then 100% comes out. It is what it is, and that's going to be the cost.
I think it's important to note that on the first page there where it says reappraisal cost fund, it says the general funds, let's see, the taxing units reimburse the amount funded by the general fund on the final tax settlement. So if the monies that are collected by, or for, on behalf of Lakeside School District, they then end up paying basically for those, the cost of your office and doing all that work, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's a net wash on those. Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, noes? Ayes have it, motion carries for the assessor reappraisal. Now we'll move to the assessor's last assessment.
So it's late, isn't it?
Late
assessment.
Last,
Did I say
it
last?
says last.
On the,
It says late on the paper, so.
Probably
One
greatly
spot
late,
late,
it gave me
one spot
last. Sorry.
last one.
Give me the late.
Late, what we should say.
This is kind of a new one, right, Jen?
Well, it's new, new as in, it can only be used in to operate my office. It's been there for quite a while, but
Before though, it was part of the final tax settlement.
I
Now
believe so.
it's really for her office.
To run my office. It's the 50% charge if you don't assess by May 31st. It's not the whole 10%, it's the 50 cents that's charged.
Used to have got absorbed up into the final settlement.
Yes.
You didn't take advantage of it.
Right.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries for the assessor's late assessment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
County clerk. Be your white tab, second white tab.
Can't get used to seeing you without having a boot on. How is the ankle?
It's
Good.
much better.
Good.
Sarah, weren't we having some equipment problems? I guess all of those have been addressed. For some reason, in the back of my mind, I had some thought about equipment. I don't remember why.
We had some really old printers that we have
Maybe
worked
that
on
was-
replacing, but other than that, no.
Okay.
And then, I have, 25,000 budgeted for postage because it's an election year, depending on how many absentees we send out. So my postage is higher than typical, but I think realistically, we can drop that probably another 5.
We don't want to drop something that you might have to use, especially in an election year.
Yeah, I think that I would feel comfortable still with the 20,000. I don't think absentee is going to be as high as it was 4 years ago, but even if it is closer to that, we should still be okay with that.
So you want to drop it?
Yeah, I think we're okay to drop at 5.
That's 3021.
20.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, the 3021 was not the amount, that was the number.
Yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, that's the line item. other than that, everything is pretty much the same.
Move for approval.
Second. Are we gonna drop
After changing item number, the line item 3021 from 25,000 to 20,000.
All right, we got a motion and a second as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Have it, county clerk. Budget is given a due pass. We will go to the Board of Equalization.
I believe I looked at about the same as the previous year as well. This year was a fairly light year, and I anticipate next year being similar to this year.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it, Board of Equalization is given a due pass. And we go to the county clerk's cost fund.
I think the website's the only thing that changed there. That was kind of not in her control. So we changed.
Move for approval.
Second. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, county clerk's fund given a due pass.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Susan?
I have a question. On mine, can you go back to mine and knock 1,500 off my postage?
So move.
It's one line, is it, John?
Sarah, you set a precedent here, so we'll need 5,000 of your budget.
You're welcome.
What was it the time? Tell me.
The
posting treasurer.
30/21.
Her, health department is going to be the green tab after the county
I
clerk.
have to tell you how much was it?
1,500, so
Should we go ahead and deal with the treasurer's?
Yeah. let's re-vote on that.
He may leave.
Yeah, we can do that now. We can back up to this.
You said
General fund.
1,500?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yeah, so you're gonna make it 1,500 instead of 3,000, Tim?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Need a motion on that?
We do need a motion on that.
That was my motion.
I'll make a motion.
That was good.
We do have a
Take
motion
it
and
as
a
a
second.
second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Thank you,
opposed?
Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ayes have it, treasurer's report as amended.
5,000.
Yeah.
You could one up or do six.
Susan don't have no
I,
room to
I thought
move
that Tim might be
budget.
saying that he wants to go ahead and eliminate the payment to the treasurer after.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Susan Lister, the administrator of the Garland County Health Unit. Thank you for having me this morning.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for being here. We'll try to make this a memorable occasion for you.
We appreciate it. We're busy this month with school flu clinics. I think we've already done about 1,000.
Oh, wow.
Our local schools. That in addition to running the unit, so. We appreciate you making that possible, along with the other things. We've seen an increase in WIC requests, an increase in STDs. Just overall need of help, I think, in general for Garland County, but we're glad to be there to answer the call.
Thank you for all you do.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's my pleasure.
Several years ago, we did have some discussions with the city and we finally got things worked out. And I think that's the benefit of everybody.
Absolutely, it was. It was certainly beneficial to keep the health unit operating as it was. And Chris Rowland was in her position at that time, and Chris had told us that if they did not receive the other 35,000 from the city of Hot Springs, they could not continue to operate here, not be able to keep the local health unit open, and it provides so much for everyone, but mainly our unserved and underserved it provides for. And I've been over there a little bit, and it's a full-time job, I promise. Susan was over there on Christmas Eve as well, in her mud boots, wading through the water that it came into the building last year. So
We had a pipe burst.
Oh.
And so, yes, the judge is, I'm very humble. Whenever he said he was over there visiting, he was in his boots as well, and we were up to our ankles in water. So we got that cleaned up, the smell cleaned up, and we were operational. We were very fortunate that we did not have any of our legal paper. You know, we also print off birth certificates and death certificates there. We had none of that damaged. Also, none of our formula was damaged. We also had none of our immunizations, our meds damaged in that. So about 70% of our unit took on a little bit of water. So we got that cleaned up, and also thanks to emergency preparedness, we had some fans on hand. So it was just a lot of cleaning, a lot of drying out.
good times.
It was, yes.
Doing a good job. I move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? We got a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. We're gonna approve the health department budget. It do pass.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
humbled and honored. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want them to take a break, or do you want to do my budget next?
We can do yours.
Okay, I'll just give it one here. So
Yeah,
the
you
last yellow tab is my budget.
You let Michelle know that
Well, it's not voted for them, so we can run through some of yours and run through yours, and then you put it back on track. If that's what you want to do, let her know.
Yeah.
your budget is the one that you said we needed to cut quite a bit of that. wasn't it?
No.
You're giving them double?
Never hurts to try.
Mine is distributed between 11 budgets, and that means that some of the taxi units pay for some of that, some of the commissions cover some of it. So I've explained to you, if you go down one, Cindy, exactly what we're doing. What we use our budget for. If y'all want to look at that. Got that question mark, that's special legal, because I changed the way that we changed the way we distribute that now, and so it doesn't come out of my budget.
Thank you.
We, if you look at the computer software, that's where we pay for our financial intelligence software for, our portion. Kim pays for a part of it, and we pay for part of it. We pay for like, I think 1,900, I believe, something like that, and we pay 25. And that takes care of, where all the county can use it, because we are distributed all over the county, so it helps, except for, we have an extra charge that goes out to the county judge and the sheriff's office for like $85 a piece, and then to the courts for that. And then we do pay for some FMLA software, and we added to this budget this year a time management system through ADP. This is the implementation cost, and for the rest of the year, no, this is for the entire year, but the implementation cost, which that time management system wouldn't actually it wouldn't actually be implemented until August. So if that's what we choose, we're still looking. And, but we did get the okay on that they do interface with our current software, and that's been a real struggle to make all that work. But this is what it costs this year, $26,000. It'll be about 32 next year.
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion second.
Good deal.
All those in favor?
That was a real good outline.
It was, you did good.
Well, there's a lot to it, so.
Oh, I know.
We don't spend money unless we need it.
Call for the question again.
Got a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries.
You
You
win,
still-
Susan.
You still have time to get back, Susan. Tim did it late. You still have time.
I don't have any to give back, 'cause I don't want anything I don't need. I promise you, if I don't, I just don't spend it. Circuit clerk, the, 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth white tab.
Like, right there. About the center of the fourth white one. You got one.
Just before the sheriff there, Larry. Just before the sheriff's budget.
Oh, yes, I got it now.
I understand why he gave that, because now we do electronic payments, and, in the past we didn't, so that's probably helped his toes too. And Sarah's fluctuates.
Sarah humbled him, so he had.
Yeah,
Made him
she
look bad,
fluctuates. She
yeah.
fluctuates from year to year, but my little 500 I put in there is to send out all the W-2s and all the things to the, co-workers. and-
Madam Clerk, is this your first time to defend a budget?
It is to defend it as the clerk, yes.
Let's not make this memory.
So there has been a precedent set before you got here.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been giving back 5,000 apiece out of their budget, so one of them, you could give back 6,000. Just thought I'd let you know that before you get started.
Now,
There are expectations set, Christie.
it may have been that the
first.
it may have been that the previous clerk would always come in with a handful of tissues and.
I forgot those. We go back to them.
There, I've got some up here.
Okay,
I don't think it's gonna happen here.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
if I do that, you better be scared, I might be mad.
Yeah, that's me. That's what I'm mad at.
They're mad tears.
Yes, that's why.
She's making jokes and laughing. Boy, what a change.
Yeah, absolutely. Christie, you've been in office, what, 24 years, 25 years?
25.
25 years in office and was elected to the clerk last year. And so she's got more experience than anybody in the building, I think.
Good for you.
I doubt that.
I think you do.
Any comments you want to make on the version A of the budget?
Hey, you want to call the prosecutor's office?
No.
I move for approval.
Second.
Matt. hey,
Got a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? No.
There was a motion and a second on that. Motion by Owen, second by Anderson. I'll try to call those.
Ayes have it, motion carries. Clerk budget. Next, we'll have the recorder cost.
This is where she pays for all her employees, how to report her costs.
So you got them all coming out of this one? Everybody
All
in office?
except for my jury manager and one of my juvenile clerks, so.
That's good.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion made by Owen, second by Anderson.
A motion on the floor, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, noes? Ayes have it, motion for the recorder cost budget is passed. Next, we'll move into child support.
Move adoption.
Second.
Motion by Rainey, second by Dixon.
Got a motion on the floor, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, noes. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Child support budget is due pass. The next one is the circuit clerk commissioner's fees.
Move adoption.
Second.
Motion made by Randy, second by Hunter.
Got a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, noes. Ayes have it. Motion carries for the circuit clerk's commissioner fees given due pass. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christie.
Thank you.
Do you have second thoughts about giving something back?
Yeah, I'll get back with you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Christie.
Be it noticed for the record that she's leading with a smile on her face.
She's running.
Vince, do you want to work on your budgets?
Sure.
Which one?
Go to the red tab, the last red tab is judge budgets.
Last one.
Last red tab?
Yeah, last red. I called the prosecutor and then
Talking about county judge.
Cindy, you're gonna quit scrolling and answer questions here, you know that. They got a list of questions. And the only way we'll be able to give back 6,000 is in November when we take it out of your salary to give it back.
Hello.
Good morning.
Most of you are familiar, that's Cindy Spake. She's my administrative assistant, and she takes care of most everything that I don't have time to get to, which is most everything. She does a fantastic job, and she stays on top of the billing. A lot of our utilities, just about everything comes through our office, and she spends countless hours on the phone, mainly with Summit utilities. I think she spent about 2 days on the phone with them trying to beat the $34 out of them. It's just that we constantly receive late charges that we don't owe, and we don't pay late charges. And so she spends a lot of time arguing back and forth, making sure that they meet guidelines. And, you know, there's so much to look at when a bill comes in, and she takes the bill, looks at it, makes sure there's no charges on it that shouldn't be on there. And if there are, then she makes the calls to straighten it out. And I can't tell you the number of hours that I've seen her on the phone arguing. And I always tell when things are starting to get tense, because in my office, I can hear her voice elevate. She starts out talking like this. And when she starts talking like this, I know I need to walk over there and see if she's making progress or not. She usually does, and she's a huge asset to the other offices as well. Regardless of what kind of mood everybody else is in, she's always in a good mood. So I appreciate her very much, and I don't get the opportunity to tell her that. It's
I have a question for
godsend
you.
to me.
3073, the lease, machinery and equipment, that went down to zero. That's because we bought it, isn't it? That right?
Yes, sir.
So we saved money by,
Yes, sir.
We're trying to do that across the county, purchase rather than lease. It's already saved us a huge amount of money, the ones we bought instead of the lease. And our copier is still in fantastic shape, and we purchased it last year. The lease was up, and so
we've done that for my law office, and it works fine to do it that way.
it makes a big difference at the end of the year.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Got a motion and second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. County judge's budget.
Now, here might be where you can get $6,000 right here. Quorum court budget. That's probably where we can get the 6,000. I see Justice Myers thinking about giving up his salary already back there. Not much has changed here. We did get new laptops this year. Cindy's got any information that you want, I can promise you, or Susan does, because they ride herd on this pretty good. Our advertising and publication, there's a little bit of an increase, I think, in that. I can't remember if we increased it or not. But
Yeah, a little.
we have a lot of ordinances and resolutions and things of that nature that we need to put out in our help wanted ads that we put in the legal notices as well.
And that's required by law that be published
Absolutely,
in
it is.
the local newspaper.
Absolutely.
Is there any change coming in that? Because I've read some articles about the fact that this is with the demise, and David's here, but with the demise of the fact that most people aren't subscribing to newspapers the way they used to, that they're looking for alternative reasons and alternative ways to get public notice.
I think it's 20, is it 27 or 28, David, that this, when the change is made, I think there'll be some change in 28, or it will be reviewed again in 28 as far as requirement to not do it online or be published.
I didn't know there were any changes.
There's no changes coming at this time.
I thought that there was some language that referenced 28 in the last
The
legislative session. Well,
The bill was killed.
Oh,
yeah,
was
no, the bill wasn't. I thought there was some language about 2028. So I'll review that and look, but at this time, there's nothing. There was a lot of discussion on it last year in legislative session. I mean, a lot of discussion. And I believe that there's a 5-year moratorium on any changes. So I'll look at that review, but it's.
it
gonna
keeps
remain
falling
the
off the
same.
way it is, so I don't see how you're gonna ever avoid.
Circulation is down and there is some question as to whether it meets the guidelines set forth to be, and but for now, the statute stands as to publish it.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion? And a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, noes, ayes have it. Motion carries for Quorum Court budget to pass. Go ahead.
I'll try not to.
You're gonna go to general services next.
Have some cost sharing in there, and this year and Ray can give you a little speech about this, but paupers and welfare, the indigent burials that we do, Ray's gonna talk to you and, curse you a little bit when he tells you about it, but we've had a big increase in that this year. And we've buried a lot more people this year than we have in the past, so I think due to the homeless population, we're gonna see that continue to increase over the next few years. And we're thankful that we do have a funeral home that works with us, and we'll still do it for the amount that we can pay there.
Well, the county judge has a lot of responsibilities assigned by either the legislature or even the Arkansas Constitution. And I'm going to use a word, and it's a clean word nowadays, but it's originally, if he were going to serve, not as a county judge, but as the one that was handling paternity cases, okay? The official title, you correct me if I'm wrong there, Mr. Attorney.
You're right. I've heard this story before, and you're right.
He was referred,
Just call somebody
he was
up.
referred to legally as the master in bastardy. Now, he may have been called something similar here lately, but I don't know.
But yes, we do take care of the paupers for burial. We've got some money in there for some HVAC units, and we have applied for a grant to try to do some of the HVAC units, but we haven't got that back yet.
Move adoption.
Second. Got a motion, second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries for general services. Give it a big pass. Next, we've got our grant in aid, I believe. Is that right?
No.
Oh,
District Court building.
Now, we combined the district court building, yeah, but sorry. Well,
the agenda's a little different than our
Yeah,
order, so
sorry.
that's okay. Next, we've got our district court building budget, right?
Yes, sir, and it looks like we never had a budget before, but what happened is we moved everything out of the two budget into the one budget. We have a juvenile, it's one building, the juvenile court, and then district court. We moved it all back into the one fund this year budget. It's all in the general fund.
So the amount we pay, that 24.9 is based on the square footage of the building, the amount that's used for juvenile, and the amount that's used for district. And that was put together when that was opened in 2004, I believe it was. They actually put together the amount that each individual entity should pay. The city of Mountain Pine forfeits any of their fines and fees that they collect to contribute to the operations of the building, and then the city and county split the rest of it.
And you have a copy of the other two budgets, so you can compare the district court and the juvenile. So basically, you have to do together and you get what we, pretty close to what we, but
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ayes have it, for the juvenile court building expense fund.
we do the transfers next, or, that's what's in line.
So next we've got the transfers department, is that right? Okay.
Please.
This is the money that'll be transferred. If you look at the sheet, if you can see it, it's so small, and I'm so sorry. People. Transfer. It's that very top section of it is where we transfer the property tax over to the road department. And we also give the road department 3% of the sales tax collected, well, budget, anticipated. And then this is where we give the assessors reappraisal, that $354,000 we talked about earlier. And then the capital improvement fund this year, but when you look at that budget, this money comes from the general fund. We have it at $1,280,000, well, $1,280,000. And then the general reserve, that $475 is money that the judges put aside for in case of the health, we have to go self-funded.
We've been doing that each year. We've been putting 475 in there, and we should have close to 2 million in there this year.
Move adoption.
Second.
A motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries for transfer department.
You want to stop here and go to the library. And then you'll keep
We're-
going.
We can finish these up.
Okay.
Adam's comfortable back there. He's got an employee here. He's actually watching to make sure he's working.
Okay. County General Reserve Fund.
All right, county general reserve,
This is where that $475,000 is going from the general fund to this fund. There's no revenue generated in this fund except interest. We use this fund to fund the HRA program that we put in place for our employees to help them offset their deductible. And of course, we have to pay taxes on that. And we have administrative fees. We have an administrator who takes care of that for us.
In 22, I believe it was, we had to make some changes to our deductible to keep our health insurance plan affordable. And so to offset the cost to the employee for their deductible, we opened this HRA program, which assists them with keeping their deductible the same as it was prior to our increase. The 475, we've been putting it in there. I guess this is the fourth year we've been putting it in there. When we started seeing the continued increases from Blue Cross Blue Shield, we started this fund to help fund our claims program should we go self-funded.
We started in 21,
21.
but
Move
we've
adoption.
accumulated.
Second.
a motion by Justice Ramey, second by Justice McGrew. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries, give general reserve fund a due pass. Assume we're gonna move on with CARES,
I guess so, yeah.
CARES Act funds.
Yeah, the CARES Act money is what's left over, and it's, as of the 9th of October, we had $1,140,000, as you can see. This is, we use, 75, well, go down to this. premium pay that we can't pay out of the ARPA fund for the new hires because the judge does not want to, he wants retention. And so we have new employees this year that would not qualify because when COVID, when they ended that, it ended like April the 21st or something. And then, so anybody who's been hired since then would not receive a premium pay in 2024. So what we had to do is we still pay premium pay to those employees who were employed during our period of time out of ARPA legally. And then the other employees, we can pay them out of this fund. This is, so, and there is a loss right there, Judge. So the EAR is another program that the judge put in place. This is our employee assistance program, and it helps our employees if they want to, if there's all kinds of assistance that it provides, including mental health. If they want to, it's free to the employees to reach out to this company, and and it's all private, and so it's just it's a good service, and I think Bauer can say that several of our employees have used it, and their families as well. It's not just them, it's their families. There's also a bunch of training on this program. What else is EAP? Financial assistance. They have a lot of programs, and we send out those messages to our employees. I don't know that a lot of them read it, but we're pushing. We're doing more and more to push that information to them, because this is a great program. I mean, if you're going through a crisis, grief counseling, whatever, family, even if it's even more intense, you can use it.
Move for approval.
Sorry.
A motion by Justice Stevens, second by Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. CARES Act money, fund, budget, do pass.
Next one is the local assistant and tribal assistant.
LATCF.
Okay. This is money that the county received, $1,046,701. They received this amount of money in lieu of tax, like, for land, federal forestry land that's in our county. And it was additional to what they normally give us for field money, but it was part of that recovery money that the federal government threw out there. So this money here, the judge, you want to talk about your plan?
Sure. So and I don't know what the cost will be because we haven't had any engineering work done on this, but the number one is the courthouse needs to be replumbed. We've got twice a month, we have somebody come in here to draw the lines out, and sometimes the toilets won't flush. We've got half of a bathroom shut down. The bathrooms are in terrible shape. They need to be remodeled, but the plumbing some of it is galvanized, some of it is black pipe, some of it is copper. So we need to get it fixed, because we've got places by Tim's office, for example, where it's above the ceiling, and some days you'll come in and there'll be a puddle of water there because it's just sprung a leak out of it. It's starting to erode from the inside out. And so we've got to get something done with that. I'm hoping that the plumbing, the sewer lines that are buried in the slab can be lined. They've got a treatment now where you can actually line those, but the bathrooms are in terrible shape. Got cardboard on the walls in there covering up areas where the drains are. So we need to try to get that addressed this year, and we'll do an engineering report on it. I'll get somebody, probably Anthony Taylor, since it's a historic building, try to come up with that. If it's more money before we bid it, we'll come back and visit about it. But then we'll bid that out. And the other is for repairs and maintenance of the government building, where Rebecca's and Shannon's office are. There are leaking windows. The outside of it, I don't know if you pay much attention to it, but there's some, I thought they were structural, but they're not. There's some areas that extend out from the building that are cracked. They look bad. And also there's an awning that, for whatever reason, was designed to dump water on the people walking on the sidewalk rather than keeping it off of them. But as you go into the revenue office, if you've been in there and it's raining, you're going to get wet going under that awning. And it looks like it's about ready to fall off the building. So that needs to be taken off and a proper awning put on there to shield the people going in and out of there. We need some sidewalk work done. The tree that's down there has raise the sidewalk in the middle. It's busted, but there's just a lot of things we need to do down there. We've got, the lights are staying on all the time outside. One of them's actually a strobe light now. So it's, there's a lot that needs to be done with the building. And that's one thing that is a goal, to try to make sure we get all of our buildings back up in shape where we're not having to put buckets under everything when it rains.
Move adoption.
Got a motion on the floor. Second. Justice Green, second. Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, noes? Ayes have it. Motion carries for the local assistant tribal consistency fund budget.
This is your Washita Memorial Hospital fund next. And originally, they received $6,820,000.
Because they're flush
Thanks
with
to
money.
Tim and the investments that they've made over the years and y'all's approvals. It's now at $7,198,000 as of October the 9th, so it's actually made money. And, the only thing in here is we put in there some investment, and I think we put an extra $100,000 in the investments because since Tim's leaving, we thought it might be a good idea to hire someone to take over those investments, maybe hire a third party, if that's what the next treasurer chooses to do, but the money will be here to do that.
We have quite a few large investments, and they're doing very good right now, but Tim stayed on top of them, and a new treasurer taking over may have a lot of catching up to do and learning the office and the flow of the office. So we put that in there just in case the new treasurer does want to have an investment firm take care of that for us.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Dixon, second by Justice Rainey. Any further discussion?
Mr. Owen, did you have a question?
After we vote, I'll have to make a comment.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries for the Washita Memorial Hospital Sale Fund budget. Can
Can I make a comment now? You know, it used to be that Washita Memorial Hospital, which was down kind of across from the depot downtown, train depot, was actually owned by the county. Somebody came to town and they wanted to buy the beds, not the beds physically, but the county hospital had 155 beds in its hospital. And so what happens is that, what is now AMI, I guess, they wanted to build a new hospital with 155 beds in it, but you have to have a special permit to be able to do that. And so the county sold that right for the 155 beds. And then it was, at that time, immediately out of the hospital business. But it took that money and invested it, and it was like in the early 80s. And I don't know, they wrapped up like a 10-year issue or something. It was like
7%, it paid 7%.
7%.
Yeah.
And so basically it was a ton of money that was there to be used as needed or to be kept as in reserve just in case. And it's still, most of it is still there. There were some folks that thought we could use it on salaries, and that would never work, because if you did that, ultimately you'd run out of money and then you wouldn't be able to fund the salaries. But I thought that was interesting for some of you who might not know that, but that's what happened. The county sold hospital beds with the permit for that, and the building too, but the building was finally demolished. But it was a good move made by the county at that point in time. Very good.
And we've used this fund, if you paid any attention at all, we've used it several times for reimbursable grants. You know, we take the money out of that Washita fund and we use it for the purpose that it's intended with that grant, and then we get reimbursed and it goes back in there. And that's a constant revolving door that we move in and out.
A lot of grants we do get, they say you've got to spend the money first. And so that's when we make that transfer in the ordinance.
It gives us an advantage that a lot of counties don't have.
Absolutely, it does, Larry.
Yeah.
That's one of the things Lainey does, is she tracks that money and she sees when we can put it back and just to make sure that it gets paid back.
Anyway, thought you'd need to know that.
Rolling on to thank you, Ray. The General Revenue Capital Improvement Fund.
This is that $1,250,000 we're moving from the general fund over into this fund. Just, we'll talk about this.
Yeah, so we're putting $200,000 in there to replace HVAC systems. We probably got 75 HVAC systems countywide. And some of them are in Rebecca's building, especially some of them are 1996 models. And so each year when the weather gets hot, we have some failure. And so we set money aside because it's an ever increasing cost. And in 2025, the Freon that's being used now will no longer be used. The new HVAC units that come in will have to have a different Freon. So therefore, Freon that's available right now will increase in cost. And so we're just looking ahead to try to make sure that we can replace as many as possible. The second one is the $500,000 for a senior citizens building that we've talked about many times. And we're still looking for the right spot to put it. I've got one property that I'm looking at right now that I'm trying to get some information if it can even be bought, but it may not be able to. 300,000 is for after we raise the building down here on Woodbine, the old extension office building. After we raise that, putting a parking lot down there, fencing it, putting proper lighting in and everything. So I'm guessing about $300,000. And then the $250,000 is an estimate from Gigrich Electrical to put a generator in this building that will light and heat and operate this whole building. Right now, we've got a small generator that serves the server room only so that we don't lose any of our backup or anything in that area, but it doesn't do anything else for the building. We have some temporary backups that'll last for about 8 hours on the doors and some of the lights in the building. But as far as operations or heat, we don't have it. And one reason I'm looking at this is 2 years ago, we had a tremendous cold spell. We actually had some pipes freeze in this courthouse. And I had maintenance come up here and meet me on the day that we were closed, and we actually found the frozen area and heated it and thawed it out. But can you imagine if we had a pipe burst in this building, what it would be? And if you noticed last year when it got so cold, several places, the convention center had a sprinkler system burst, as well as I'm drawing a blank on it again. The country club building, their sprinkler system burst and it floods those are pressurized and there's like a 4-inch line that comes in here. And so if that ever bursts, we would be in trouble here because this building could not be built back for any amount of money. And then trying to dry it out, clean it out, make sure there was no mold and mildew, and then trying to find some ways to operate while it was going on would be nearly impossible. So I think if we can get a generator in here, we probably will do a diesel generator because the gas supply is so limited to this building and it's not really located where we would look at putting the generator. We've got a lot of infrastructure that's in the back down by where the finance office used to be on the lower level. It's actually stormwater now. We've got some infrastructure there already, and that's where we'd be looking at placing the generator. But it will probably be a diesel fired generator and there's a maintenance program that goes with those to make sure the diesel will still operate. But it'd have a 500-gallon tank on it, so we wouldn't have to worry about it running out in 2 or 3 days if we had an extended period. And that's the general capital improvement fund.
I move approval.
Second. We have a motion from Justice Rainey, second from Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries for the General Reserve Capital Improvement Fund. Give it a do fast.
Keep going.
We've got some people stacked up.
Let's
there. Y'all
roll
stop
on
there.
into our prosecuting attorney.
I'll mark this and we'll come back to it later. Then you're gonna have to move back over. So get used to being away.
Prosecuting attorney.
Pin there, find it.
Do you want to do
Money in order.
I'll take breakfast.
You want to? We have cookies. That's breakfast.
Serve any more
Breakfast
water,
of
you got to
champions,
declare comfort.
right there.
We have coffee.
Cookie.
Breakfast of champions.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Can I get one when I leave? Before we begin, I just want to thank the Quorum Court. Obviously, my office is different from other offices in the county because basically we're a law firm. But the county is gracious enough to fund the office, the support staff, and the daily operations of the office. The governor, the attorney's positions are funded by the state, so all of my attorneys are state employees, but obviously we couldn't do the job we did unless you provided our support staff and our daily maintenance, so. And we have asked for a couple of increases, but I'll be glad to answer any questions or you might have about any of those.
What is the special legal 3005?
There's numerous things we have to do in that. We have, right now, obviously, we have to pay for medical records. So any of our cases that we actually have a physical injury, which of course, if you watch the daily news or podcast, you know that the number of violent crimes is up in Garland County, just like it's up everywhere else in the world, in fact. So most of those cases now we have to obtain medical records via prosecutor subpoenas. We have to pay for court reporters. Obviously, we have many defendants who have prior felony convictions. If we try those individuals and allege that they are what is called a habitual offender, at trial we have to introduce certified prior copies from the state of Arkansas and around the nation. And we don't charge for those certified priors, but many states do. So that special legal is there for us to pay for medical records, pay for court reporters. We provide the court reporter in domestic court, down in district court. They do have a recording mechanism there, but my opinion is it's not very well done. So we provide our own court reporters. So all of that is for legal things that are necessary to prove our case.
Thank you. Now, travel 3030. Is that for some of the attorneys going for additional
That
education?
is, obviously, we've, obviously, we have a turnaround in my office from attorneys because once they become experienced trial lawyers, which you do become an experienced trial lawyer when you work at my office, basically other people are gunning to get them and to go to the private sector where they can make a lot more money. So basically that is travel for training. It takes specialized training to be a prosecutor. Luckily, we're all members of the National District Attorneys Association, which is located in Alexandria, Virginia. So they provide training, which are attorneys that we do provide that training for them. Involving homicide, generally child abuse cases. Both of those cases specifically take a certain subset of skills to do. So we provide that training. Since COVID, that has been down. We have been doing that virtually, but we have state conferences and national conferences that I like to send them to. And right now I have a great group of attorneys. We're operating at 3 attorneys down now. The governor graciously gave us another attorney, full-time attorney here in Garland County based upon our need. I've talked to the county judge about additional staff, but I understand the issues that the county has with finances. But she's graciously given us a full-time attorney. So we now have 10, but we are operating at a deficit of 3 full-time attorneys. So I have 7 attorneys, including myself, who are operating the full office right now. So we're a tad bit understaffed as far as attorneys.
Move for approval.
I got a question about the postage. It looks like it's going up about $2,000.
Yes, sir, it has. The reason for that is that the Honorable Court determined I had a hot check individual, and that was cut to part-time. Obviously, I know a couple of people who still use checks a lot, mainly my parents, but most of us use debit cards. So our hot check program was waning. People do not use checks anymore. But we do have a lot of individuals who have been ordered restitution in previous prior cases. So some prosecutors around the state have terminated their program. I've deemed that I do not want to do that because it still is a violation of the law. We still do have people who commit that crime. And we do have a lot of restitution that is still outstanding for people who have been convicted for hot check crimes. So the court deemed to move that to a part-time position. That position 10, 15 years ago funded itself because we get prosecutors' fees from that. So mainly that is paid for our postages for many years. But now that that is a part-time position, I do not have someone who is knocking at the doors trying to get that restitution, obviously from our defendants who owe that restitution. So that fund has greatly gone down for us to pay for postage. We are mainly using the money for our prosecutors' fees to give back to the county. And I think we just sent the treasurer a check for $1,500 about 2 weeks ago. So that's why I'm coming to the Quorum Court, because we don't have, since that's been cut to a part-time job, I'm not able to obtain my postage. In a lot of our drug task force cases where we do forfeitures, asset forfeitures, we have to do certified mail, things of that nature, which costs substantially more than just normal postage.
To the prosecutor's point, at one time, as late as 4 years ago, the hot check position collected about $30,000 a year, and it was reduced, I believe, last year,
Yes.
maybe $2,000 was what it brought in the last year that we had as a full-time position. So we moved it to a part-time, and that office is, the person in that office, she's being able to utilize for other things since we made that into part-time. You can use that person. And for 2025, and I know that sounds like it's a long ways off, but I do have a plan to get you some assistance with the cooperation of the Quorum Court. So
That would be great.
It's something that I'm working on for 2025.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. My staff, they are, and I also talked to the judge. I know that there's some other line items that we've added an increase in, which is printing and supplies. I have talked, if I can be frank, with the county judge, and he's been very open to speak with me about a case management system so that we can alleviate the paper that we're utilizing. We have to provide, by law, United States Supreme Court case, we have to provide discovery to every defendant, obviously, in every criminal case, and we should. But the county is basically ferreting the cost of that because we literally have to take reams of paper and copy criminal cases for defendants. So we're hoping that we can get a case management system. And like I said, the county judge has been gracious enough that we can do electronic discovery. We're kind of in the old ages in my office because we do a lot with paper. We will always be a paper office because we're a lawyer's office, but we're hoping we can get a case management system where we can utilize computer software and evidence so that we can quit coming to the Quorum Court and asking for an increase in paper and toner and all of those things, which we take a hit on. But my staff, I really want to compliment them. They work really hard for an increased volume of work. So I appreciate that.
We've got she had a program that she's looking at exactly how she could utilize it and the number of users she needs. And then we're going to sit down and try to figure out how to fund it. If it would be for a grant. And she's actually got, before the end of the year, we'll be speaking to you again because she's got another grant for another position that we'll need to create for, I think it's another VOCA grant, is it?
It is the VOCA grant. They have approved our VOCA grant and increased it. And in fact, funded another individual for.
So we'll be looking at that, and we'll also be looking for a way to fund that software through a grant, at least to get it off the ground and get it operational. There's some initial expenses and there's some integration expenses that go with it. And we're conversing back and forth. We're just not sure exactly right now how many users she needs and what is going to be involved with that integration. So she's working to get those numbers put together, and then we'll look for a funding source for it. But like I say, in 2025, I've got a plan with the help of the Quorum Court that we can try to get you some help as well as other law enforcement areas.
Well, and I know that, and I've shared this with the county judge as well. I know that in our partnership with DEA, we've had some seizures with our drug task force with the assistance of DEA, and they are giving
us some funds, and I'm happy to put those funds towards that case management system as well. I think it would benefit the county, and I don't mind utilizing that at all, 100% to help pay for that.
Well, I know Michelle's doing a good job down there because I've worked with her for several years and they did a great job.
Yeah.
She needs
Thank you,
what she asked
Justice, for not putting a number to that many years. I appreciate that.
A few.
A few.
I want to renew my motion to pass.
Before we move on, just to clarify, I just want to make sure I'm following. Ray, your question a few minutes ago was about item 3030, was it not? Travel?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I ask how that interchanges or works with items number 3094 and 3101, which 3094 is meals and lodging, 3101 is training and education. There seems to be overlap in that, and I just want to make sure I understand the relations.
Sure. Well, in addition, what I failed to mention is that in addition to attorney training and things of that nature, most of our cases, because we are a tourist mecca, thankfully, for the tax dollars, we do have a lot of victims and witnesses that come from out of state and out of town. So when we subpoena those people for trial, we have to provide travel for them as well. Okay. So in addition to the training and education is for my staff and the attorneys, the travel in addition to the attorneys is witnesses, victims. When they are here, we pay for their travel, put them up in a hotel, and we also provide meals for them. So in addition to that, in addition to just the attorneys, it's also compensating our many victims and witnesses and who we have probably an inordinate amount out of state and out of the county than other jurisdictions in Arkansas. So those three things overlap.
I thought as much, but I wanted to make sure.
No, I appreciate you asking.
Well, I appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I believe we've got a motion on the floor
I'll
from
second.
Justice Owen. I thought Justice Hunter may have seconded it.
Well, that's fine.
I did.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Ayes have it. Give the prosecuting attorney's budget a due pass, and we'll roll on into the victim witness.
And to elaborate, this fund is generally, it comes from court cost. And this is a smaller fund. So Justice, to add on to your question previously, we also utilize this money for meals and for travel for victims and witnesses. And we tend to try to exhaust this fund, which comes from court cost, before we roll into the fund that was approved for the prosecutor's office.
Move for approval.
Got a motion from Justice Owen, second from Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Victim witness fund, people do pass. Next, we've got our DTF investigator.
And this is from a JAG grant, a federal grant that we utilize to pay for an investigator from the prosecuting attorney's office that is housed out at the Drug Task Force. So he is our representative in that multi-jurisdictional agency, along with there's county investigators and city investigators. We're hoping with the number of individuals that are being hired by the Arkansas State Police that we will have Arkansas State Police representation out at the Drug Task Force as well. But we obviously, the county is gracious enough to do a local match along with the city to help us in the operation of that, along with the JAG grant. So that JAG grant pays for an investigator, and it also pays for Ms. Diane Johnson, who is here, who is our fiscal officer. Obviously, there's a lot of monetary obligations that go with the drug task force due to the fact that part of what we do is we seize assets from those individuals who are involved in the dealing of drugs in order to break down that business cycle so that they have to start over again when they determine that they want to engage in drug dealing again. And then what we do is we take the money and we take the cars that we seize from those cases, and it is divided equally between the prosecutor's office, the sheriff's department, and the police department. So we utilize the monies that we obtain from those forfeitures and basically put it back into the running of the agency. That's my portion. I use mine in running of the agency again, but then we're able to buy, we can't give the money to the sheriff's office and the police department, but we can buy supplies and equipment for them.
Well, when you approve this, you need to approve it with personnel, because that's all this is paying for that drug task force. So you need to
So
do
hold
it
on.
with personnel.
You can go ahead and approve it if you want to. We've got it pulled up. She's already explained it. If you want to approve it, we can.
I'm sorry, did I
We can just roll it
over-explain?
over into
No,
personnel.
no,
No.
it's just
Sometimes,
personnel.
okay.
Move forward.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Dixon, second by Justice Owen. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. DTF investigator approved. Next, we'll have our victims of crime assistance.
You include the personnel and victims of crime too.
Let's finish yours up and then we'll.
That is yours. That's the last.
and
I'm
we'll-
sorry.
Let's do it.
Approve it with the
Those
personnel.
are both grants, so
And the VOCA grant is the Victim of Crimes Act. We asked for another position in this grant, and we were graciously approved by the federal government due to the fact that the laws have changed in the state of Arkansas, rightly so, and we have to notify more victims of crime than we used to of proceedings. We used to just have to, at the beginning, 27 years ago, we only had to notify violent victims of crime, which has been extended to all victims of felony crimes. And with the last legislative session, it is even gone to misdemeanor victims of crime. So obviously, we're highly understaffed, and it's difficult to do that. Part of that case management system is that it automatically notifies people, which would be helpful for us as well. But so we added, we have a coordinator and an assistant coordinator, and we added a second coordinator. And I believe that the federal government approved that. And right now, until October 2025, I don't believe there's a requirement for a local match at all. That local match will come back in October of 2025, so.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Owen, second by Justice Dixon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Move to, give the vote to grant the due pass.
Thank you. Stay if you
Thank
like.
very much.
Thank you, thank you. And obviously, I have an open door, so if any of you have any questions at any time about anything, please don't hesitate to come and look me up about it. Thank you.
Well, you're doing such a good job of training your lawyers there that the governor has removed one and put her behind the bench.
Yes, yes, sir, which is a great thing. I'm glad to see that happen, but it's hard to replace her. So, thank you.
thank you, Michelle.
We're gonna take just a split second break that quick.
Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock.
And then it'll be coroner whenever you decide to reconvene.
Just give me about 5 minutes. That way we can roll. reconvene. Smedley, you're up.
I'm up.
His letter is in there, I think.
Yes. But it's sunshine.
An explanation, the first page into it, there's an explanation for what he's changed and
That's small equipment,
IT.
That may actually not even have to happen. We've gotten a grant, statewide, all the foreigners in the state got a grant. Part of that is supposed to include the computers for every county. However, they're having issues figuring out how to, it's way above my pay grade. They are trying to figure out how to implement this grant, and they've run up against some issues there.
so do you have enough in your budget to pay for those 2
Yes.
iPads? And if you don't need them for that, then that money won't be spent.
Right.
Move for due pass.
Second. Got a motion by Justice Owen and second by Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Motion carries. Corner budget given a due pass. Next, we'll move into veteran services. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was quick.
I just said a record.
That sheet on front.
Next year.
Veteran services.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mark Aho, your County Service Officer. Nice to meet all of you.
Good morning.
I hear good things about you. I hear good things about you. They're doing a great job.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You remember Richard Green retired this year, and Mark was gracious enough to take the position and doing a fantastic job with it. I've had a lot of fun with his last name since he was hired, so it's
So have
throughout his life, I think he's had a lot of fun.
Yes, yes. 24 years in service, it was a lot of fun.
I think the only changes that were made are the ones I added to your budget for added a new computer for his part-time person and a printer.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Owen and a second by Justice Hunter. Any discussion? All those in favor? say
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries to give the Veteran Services Fund a due pass.
I think you've got the record now. Stuart did have it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Stuart didn't hold that very long, did he?
He did not. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you very much.
Absolutely.
Next, we'll have our Extension Office. Jimmy Driggers.
I have a preliminary question for Mr. Griggers.
Sure.
When can I stop feeding my hummingbirds? I talked to somebody in your office and they said, as long as those hummingbirds are drinking anything, keep the things full. But I haven't seen them the last couple of days.
Better get them, quit feeding them.
Thank you. Give this man a big pat.
That was good, Jimmy. So the extension office has made a move this year to their new facility, and they've had to work with us quite a bit on it. They've done an excellent job of getting ADC provided all new furniture for their offices. We've made their ADC. They've done a fantastic job of working with us to get in there without any hot water, and a lot of changes and a lot of manipulating back and forth. ADC actually made the move for them, moved all their stuff over there, and so they've been having to work under some different circumstances for a little while. But we're about up to speed now, I believe.
And our staff is just static with our new office space. And
it's nice and
it's great. Temperature is great.
Yeah, they were in a building that was somewhat similar to being outside.
But we come from the fourth floor of the courthouse. So
That's right.
You do stand refreshing up.
Judge, I went there the other day. We were having some sort of a meeting with Quorum Court. I went there early and I got a chance to tour. They showed me around and it is wonderful. Nice area from New York.
It is, and they've utilized it well. And Jimmy kind of worked with us on laying out what he needed before we got started. And he told me what he needed, and I told him what he could have, and we met in the middle on it.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Dixon and a second by Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries for the extension office budget given due pass. And I will say that I think Jimmy and his staff does an excellent job. And he's going to State Fair this morning. He's got to head back up there. They've got animals showing and they've already had quite a bit of success this year. So I think that's great.
Absolutely. We're tickled to death with our kiddos.
Thank
If
you
you
very
haven't
much.
utilized their services, you need to, because they got somebody that can help you with anything down there. Absolutely.
Including
Thank you.
feeding hummingbirds.
Thank you very much.
Did I get the record?
No, you took just look. AHO still got the record.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have our public defender.
Like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you got to beat them. Okay, so talk fast.
I believe the budget's the same as last year. I don't think there's any addition at all.
Oh, I'm right here.
No changes? I give it a new pass.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Owen and a second by Justice Anderson. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Appreciate it.
It was
Thanks,
hardly worth
Steve.
sitting down.
This afternoon, Steve, so.
You want a cookie if you want. County library, no, road
County
is
road
it.
fund.
Did we skip library?
No, they're next.
Either yes or no.
Road's next, and then library.
It's easy.
You won't do that.
I won't be the record, not unless Daryl's just gonna say, go,
Go.
done. All right, we'll leave, come on.
Oh, wow.
No, ours hasn't changed much, just for the, nothing but just the new equipment and just a little bit on the uniforms and stuff like that going up and that sort of stuff you put in there for the asphalt.
We've increased the asphalt line item, both in the one he already had, and we're anticipating growth in the half-cent tax that goes to him. So we've increased the budget in that. We've still got plenty of money in our bridge fund out there to work on our bridges that we have coming up in the next year. We've got Piercy Road and stabilization on the one over Mazarn Creek, which should bid out in the next couple of weeks. We've got one on Warren Watson Road that's going to be replacement to a box culvert. Got two on Mill Creek Road. One's going to be completely rebuilt off-site in another area. And then the one at Kelton and Mill Creek will be replaced there as well. It's a kind of a one-lane bridge, but we'll be doing all of those in the coming year.
Got a question for you. When they mill down an asphalt road, you all do something with the milled material and
We do. The county typically doesn't do milling because we don't have curb and gutter and we don't have height. We just do a 2-inch overlay. But the city, they have curb and gutter, and then state highways, they always mill and refill because they don't want to change their elevation. So we've got a lot of millings right now. We've been utilizing them on some of the dirt roads. Matter of fact, Tony and I just had a discussion the other day about using our paver and trying to put the millings down just like you would pavement, because if you put them down the right time of year, the oil is still enough in them to where they'll set up like asphalt. We did Bryant Road, and other than a couple places where some trucks come out going up a hill and spin, it's basically set up like asphalt.
Yeah, we're gonna thicken that up right there in that one area.
Yeah.
Take the grade over there and fire that, and then take the sheet foot back over there and roll it back in. I mean, the rest of the road is It's solid.
So it's by statute, the county's entitled to so much of the millings that come from the state highway jobs. That we have first option of refusal, and we've used them up at Billy's, up at the 7 North Transfer Station. We've used them for a lot of field work. They come in very handy, and
We used them during the last big flood because we
Yes.
didn't have any dry material, and that was all we had. And every pipe we had to fix, we fixed with millings.
That's good.
Every single pipe.
yeah, so it rained. We got like 9 inches of rain in 5 hours up on the north side of the county, and so pipes that were blown out, the bridges, we hauled those millings in because they didn't matter if they're wet or dry, they were mud. The fairgrounds has been good enough to allow us to utilize a place that they have out in front between Highway 270 and the fairgrounds to store them. And so in return, we've allowed them to use some of them in there on some of their stuff. We did a small paving job in there for them, but I'm thankful that we've got that much room out there because we probably got 20,000 tons of it right now.
Oh, yeah.
Between all the sites that we have it at.
That's good reuse.
They're right now they're milling some stuff in town, and it's a state job. It's on state highways, and we were utilizing our old pit up on Linden until it's a night job, and some people got excited up there and didn't want us up there at night, so we backed off of that. But it's a good spot for them to go. It was quick turnaround, so they didn't have to have as many trucks on the job, and it was going to get the overlay completed quicker. So
Yeah, it was better for us because we didn't have to have anybody up there every night pushing it up. I mean, we go up there every 3 days and push it up. The area is so large, but they shut it down pretty quick. And the residents up there in a halfway house were sitting on the road. So the milling crew had to utilize the city police to go up there, and they sit up there for several hours. So
I
they
talked
could
to
get in and out.
a contractor last night and said that they were trying to get him to stop and get in the trucks with them or anything else up there because they couldn't happen. So you run over them before you stop and let them in the truck.
It was a bad deal.
Well, I guess you made some people happy up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've got a couple. You're going to send me a Christmas gift.
Move for approval. Move for approval.
Got a motion by Justice Dixon,
Second.
second by Justice Hunter. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, county road budget given a due pass. Next we'll move to county road and bridges.
So basically, whatever comes in here goes straight to working on existing roads and bridges. And we tried to utilize as much as we could this year for paving, and we're still utilizing a little bit of our pavement forward fund for the bridge work we've had done this past year. And we're doing well with our paving program this year. The Spot Construction had the bid, and we've had some good weather over the past 3 months, and they're getting a lot done.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor by Justice Owen and a second by Justice Rainey. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Tony,
opposed?
while I'm thinking about it, my phone quit ringing after you all got out to that bridge. I appreciate it.
Let me tell you what we did with that. I had this guy come in to the office, and he's got this patch of material, and it comes from South Texas down there, and it's this granular rock. It's not got any oil in it. You'd have to see it to work to believe it. Well, anyway, you can take this stuff and you can ball it up. I don't care how tight you pack it. When you let go of it, it just crumbles. It falls apart. But if you put it in a hole and you roll it, it gets hard as asphalt, as fast as concrete. It's very strange. And I tried it out on Fox Pass in a hole that's right in the wheel path. And I told that guy, I said, give me 2 weeks. Let me see if this is going to hold up. I said, this looks like a bad product to me. I don't think it's going to work. He said, if it works, you buy some from me. I said, if it works, I will buy some. And it's still there. It's been 3 months. And
It's a limestone based product, and it's really odd to look at. It looks like dirt.
Oh my God. It's very strange. It's like granular, like rock salt. And that's what we put out there.
And I just want to see how it holds up on that, because it's kind of flexible.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's gonna work, but I thought asphalt won't stay. I can't make it stay in there. So I thought, hell, I'm gonna try this.
No, it's always been that way. You fix it and I bet 6 months later, it's ready to be fixed again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try with that right there.
And I think a lot of the problem we had this year was that somebody way out Spring Street was cutting some trees. I finally found out who it was. And they were sending those logging trucks over that bridge rather than making the turn and going over the,
Wow.
They,
blank on it.
I did talk to state aid about 3 weeks ago on that bridge, and the surveying is all done on it, so we're getting down to the area where we're probably gonna have to purchase some right of way and move some utilities
But that guy that's right over there,
to the
with the
west of it.
yeah, new house in it.
Oh, yes, sir. There's one right there that I got out. You want that one?
Sure.
Or you can get a new one, it don't matter.
Just to finish up, that last motion
You
didn't
tell me how
carry.
to work.
It did. All right, we'll move on to the paper forward.
Road improvement fund.
Yeah, that's paid it for. That's all the money that's left in there. We're just budgeting it all. I don't know if they'll use it all or not, but that way we do that every year. And then if the cities use it, then if they don't, we roll it over the next year.
We're gonna use all we can.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Anderson, second from Justice Dixon. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The paper forward road improvement fund, give it a new pass.
And that's been a great fun though.
Yes.
Great source. I mean, all these years.
Yep.
I kind of want to stay here the rest of the day.
Oh, well. I bet somebody will let you do their budget.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Who's next?
A cookie and a water.
No, I gotta go pay.
I'll give you some.
We're out on
We appreciate
Long
it.
Beach. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Tony.
Where?
I thought you had well.
Okay, I thought you good.
Thanks, Cindy.
Oh, I don't know. Mr. Fleming?
And I'm gonna try to set a record. It's like 1:07. So.
Mine should be pretty
Here's
easy
his
too.
personnel. That we don't have to watch.
Nice.
Well,
I wonder we had-
ain't gonna do it much.
It's been almost a year. Well, not
You want to start the timer?
And win a cookie.
Mine's pretty easy. The only thing that is in our budget for the Quorum Court to look at is personnel, and all it has is a cost of living adjustment that I'm hoping to do what the county's planning to do as well. But y'all remember that we passed an ordinance that transferred the purchasing power over to the library board by and large, so they administer most of our budget. We did pass a budget last month at the library board meeting for all of our maintenance and operations expenses outside of personnel.
There's a distribution in there where we'll distribute the money as it comes as well. It's over $2 million. And we're just, it's an estimate, property tax, it's based on the original charge. And then there's a transfer from the library to the county to pay for my office.
Pay for the finance
Payroll.
department, yep, doing payroll for us.
And if you haven't been to the library, you need to go to the library and see what all they do. It's not just a library. I mean, they do so much outside the library, so much work. I mean, Paul, for instance, he's been live streaming our meetings since July, I guess. I mean, they're providing that for us, and they've got their own YouTube channel they provide. I mean, they've got so many other things. If you haven't visited their garden over there, you can actually rent a little spot to have your plant things in, above ground bed, and it's a unique space for sure. And you can see butterflies and bumblebees.
You sure can. They are in fact there. I did extend this offer to Justice Rainey. If y'all want to come pick any arugula out of my raised bed, it's the one closest to the fence, second from the left. So I've got plenty growing right now. Yeah. I go up there on my breaks and weed it and everything. It's pretty fun.
And the newspaper has a list of all the things that are going on and are available at the library, which I thought was good.
We stay really busy. Thank you.
Got a motion by Justice Dixon,
Second.
got a second by Justice Rainey. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Our county library budget keeps it fast.
Thank you.
Thank you,
you,
sir.
sir.
If any of y'all do want to see our full budget, email me, I'll send it over to you. So you can see how much we're spending on books and everything.
And a building.
In the building, hopefully.
Next, we got the
Thank you.
Department of Emergency Management.
And that was perfect timing. Y'all are good stuff.
Always.
What we doing Porky's too?
Not on the page.
The record's a minute and 7 seconds, Danny.
Who said that?
Public
Let's just
defender.
get it over with now.
Public defender said that, so. Everything except personnel and capital outlay today. Just nuts and bolts today.
Nuts and bolts. Nuts and bolts.
They're one of the offices that provide you with their, their accomplishments and their future plans, so it's, they put the effort into that, just so you know.
I have a question about item 2002, small equipment. 2021, we spent 11,000 and change. 22, 4,000. Now we're wanting to budget 20,000.
Well, one of the things, go ahead, drawing is, our AEDs are, you gotta replace the batteries and the pads, and that's $5,400.
Okay.
And those are the expensive little batteries. They look like a C, but I just had to replace them in the dispatch center as well. Not cheap, but that's not 20 grand worth.
We have some A-Win batteries. We replaced part of them this year to not take such a huge hit, but those have to be replaced.
So you're anticipating that 20,000 will do the job?
Yes, sir. And we're also wanting to add some additional security cameras. We've got our new generator that's basically blind. We got a fence around it, and I guess they'll come back and put a gate, but we want to get a camera on it because
Sure.
that's an expensive piece of equipment. So
Absolutely.
And that also replaces the generator that the city had for the backup server that we have. So we sit in the county.
Is that why the repair and maintenance has gotten
Yes,
raised?
That's the part.
that and the parking lot as well.
Our parking lot is basically, parts of it are non-existent any longer. It's just alligator that came apart. So when you drive on it, it's just chunks of asphalt.
It's not like gravel. We have, being right where we are over there at Mid-America, we have a lot of 18-wheelers that come in and turn around on it. And we were trying to put a stop to that if we're fortunate enough to repair and replace that.
We're talking about capital outlays on this at this time or not? No, this is later. Okay.
Another problem with that parking lot, when they paved it, it had a crown in their screed that they didn't remove, so it has undulation, so it holds water as the water washes off, and as you know, if it freezes or sits with water a long time, it deteriorates.
This particular parking lot's already in existence. It's not like the parking lot that the judge is doing. This one's already in existence, so we consider it repairs and maintenance instead of a capital item.
And when we spray it in the summertime to kill all the weeds, it requires nearly as much spray as the back lot does because it's got that many cracks in it.
Oh, man.
It's also home to one of the library's book drop-offs. It's close to the college there, and they poured a pad jump into it, and Bo and Danny were nice enough to let them utilize the corner. They put power in, so they've got a book drop-off there as well, which fixed the traffic up in the parking lot.
People actually use that.
It's starting to be used a lot.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Owen, second from Justice Dixon. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Give the Department of Emergency Management budget a due pass. We'll roll on into emergency. 911 fund.
This budget also has an itemized color-coded spreadsheet after each one of the budgets that kind of tells you exactly what the money is being used for. Danny's been very good about putting that together each year for us, and he's very thorough as well.
And it's very helpful.
And general fund, supports this fund because of the DEM salaries that are paid out of this fund. They can think more about that. But there's a transfer out of one fund into the other too, which comes from general. So see that $189,000 transferring from general, that's coming from the DEM fund.
Move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Rainey, second by Justice McGrew. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries for the 911 budget. Next, we got the 911 reserve. Or well, actually, it's the 911 communication center budget. Well, no.
You have the communications because 3020 is also the 911 emergency.
Okay.
and
Yeah, I
communications.
see it now.
They're under one umbrella. Different department.
As we go through the year, there's likely to be some adjustments in this because we're working on consolidation right now with the city of Hot Springs. So over the next 6 months, for sure, we're gonna have a lot of meetings and there might be some changes to this going away. So we're probably coming back to bid a few times about this.
We've got enough room in our existing center to
Absolutely.
add the 4 or 5.
Absolutely, and we've already made ready 2 of the sites in there. We've got 5 operational now. We've got 2 additional that are ready. The cable drops are being made, and we've just got to add radios and consoles. We get the consoles.
When we built that out in 2016, 2017, we built it with growth in mind. So we started out with 5 fully functioning 911 dispatch stations. Now we've just about had the opportunity to add 2 more to the other side of that to give us 7 fully functional stations. We'll need to fill those out with data drops because they're supposed to be here Monday. But everything was terminated and stubbed in the ceiling, so we didn't have to come back in when we reached this moment and disturb the operations that are currently going on. So we built it out in 2017 with the ability to house 10. We just simply need the equipment to do so, to expand, and the people to operate those positions. So we have the ability to double our current capacity with as little impact as possible to the current operation.
Move for approval.
Second.
As we move forward in the next year, we have the ability to have 10 operational stations there, which will provide both city and county consolidation, the number that we utilize now, until we get to the point where we can bring an EMS service in and build out to take care of them as well.
We could also expand into the Sally Port, which is the garage doors that are right in front of that. During that construction, we didn't really pull anything into the Sally Port, but we did terminate 2 4 or 6 inch pieces of conduit in that ceiling so that we could easily pull stuff from the server room into that Sally Port. So we could even go about more.
We got a motion second on the floor. Who needs a second? Just Dillon? All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Now we'll go to the emergency 911 reserve fund.
It's sideways, sorry. Guess I didn't turn that one. Sorry, I thought I turned them off. It's, you turn it? Yes, there, you did it.
Each year, we've been putting money into that fund to offset the cost of any growth that we might see. And I think we put 55,000 a year in there, is that right?
Right.
So it's continues to grow, and we continue to put that in there for any growth that we might have or any replacement of equipment. Our 7500 series radios that we have now in our communication center are getting obsolete and we'll need to replace those in 75Es, which is actually a smaller unit, but it's a more upgraded unit than what we currently have. So
As I recall, didn't we beef up that area where that is? I mean, it's like a cave or something.
yeah, well, it's part of the old sheriff's office and jail booking room area there. We are going to have to expand on back into the building when we consolidate because of area for servers and the things that we'll need for the additional radios in there. But it's a pretty secure facility. But as you remember, we're kind of in a holding pattern, waiting on FEMA right now to build the safe room, which actually attaches to the front of it, which could become a EOC in the event of a disaster.
That was the idea with it, was to, we started that in 2019. That's how slow that the wheels are turning with that. Of course, COVID probably doubled the cost of that. So we have to wait and do an overrun back with FEMA.
Seemed like I remember we had an estimated cost of
$586, $568, something.
First bid came in at 1.1 million.
Yeah. We hadn't done any better than this. We bid it 3 times.
Yeah, it's if and when that is put in there, it's going to be more of a cast, so it couldn't just really be dropped into that little horseshoe area there, but between the sheriff's office and the comm center, and that will serve as a safe room for the. We were able to route it where it's not necessarily a public safe room. If you're aware, we have a lot of public safe rooms at our area schools, and they are remotely unlocked at dispatch anytime there's a tornado warning. This does not fall into the same elements of a public safe room. It's going to be more for the people in the courthouse and the sheriff's office, and it will also double as an EOC, an emergency operations center, if we ever have anything that engaged or means we got to pull it out. Pipeline, Jezebel tornado, anything that's massive like that. The EOC will be right here next to your chief elected official with the sheriff's office, the judge, and it's right next to your communications hub, which is the dispatch center. So all of your information will be in one facility.
Move for approval.
Second. A motion by Justice Dixon, second by Justice Anderson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. The emergency 911 reserve budget, get to do pass. That's it. Well, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you for your thoroughness on this, Dan. You always provide a lot of information for us. Makes it a lot easier.
Yes, it does.
Y'all want to move back to the sheriff, the judges, the sheriff, I text.
Who's running all those helicopters at night over the?
Bo is.
Just get the fly. Thank you.
Thank you.
I must be in the flight path between the hospitals here in Little Rock, best I can tell.
American Rescue Act is where we are.
Judges.
Gonna be, that last red one, and you're gonna go quite a ways back into it. That front sheet kind of tells you all the things that have been done with that money so far since we received it, and then the plans for the future.
Right where you got you.
Oh, okay.
You had him marked, right?
I did. I wrote down all the important things to do on a large piece of paper, and I summarized it on a smaller sheet of paper. And I lost the smaller sheet of paper.
So y'all know we received $19,304,565. $10 million was transferred over to the general fund for salaries. We have, as of October the 9th, we have $5.7 million still in the bank. And the interest from this fund is moved over to general fund monthly by the treasurer's office, so it does not generate interest. It is invested, however, and we can invest it. It was legal to do that. And so there's also CD interest that's raised. And then, Judge, you might want to talk about the plans for 2024.
So 2024, obviously, we'll be looking at premium pay and benefits again out of this. The consulting fees with Quorum LLC out of Mississippi, keeping us in compliance, and we'll continue to do so through 26 on closure. Audit services will be required for this because it's a federal grant over $750,000, so we have to have an independent audit other than legislative audit, $5,000 for that. 562181 Civic Ready Notification System, which is our mass pour out of information coming from Garland County. You got to sign up for it. We send it out in several ways: email, text, phone calls. We can send any information out, and so we're looking to refine that a little bit over the next year or so. $3,894,157.53 will all be a Motorola project. It's for the VDA projects that we're talking about with the schools, trying to get to all the buildings where we can actually have a connection with our law enforcement or any of our public safety entities that enter those buildings. Right now, we have no communication, and that will provide for that. It's also the enhancement of our radio system that we currently have. We signed a contract on last year, and we're in the process of enhancing it even more, and probably going to have a small reduction in what it's cost us because we're actually combining the radio system with the City of Hot Springs radio system. So there'll be a small savings there. It'll provide a little bit better service. The service area will be better. We're also, Bo and I went and had a meeting with Hot Springs Village. We're looking at a fourth site for our simulcast system that we can try to partner with the village on. And Bo has found an antenna, the tower part of it. And I believe we're going to have some equipment actually left over from this to utilize there. So it won't cost us so much more, but it will cover an area on the north side of the county that we don't currently have a lot of coverage, which is the Jesseville area, Buckville area up in there. And it will also be cover area inside the village itself. So all of our law enforcement partners can have communications.
Judge, let me ask you this question. The AWIN system has now been operational here for a couple of years. Is it doing as well as we expected, like 95% coverage out in the county?
On mobiles, it's doing better than that. On portables, there are some areas that we still have trouble with. That's why we're continually working to try to improve that. But, a slight adjustment on your portable, even just holding it up like this sometimes will make the difference. We utilized them on the pipeline, and service was fantastic up there. It's 1400 block of Highway 298 on the north side of the county, and everybody was on portables. They worked fantastic. But Mike can tell you, it is clear as a bell. It's like we're sitting here talking to each other. I've never seen anything better than what AWIN is to utilize for conversation.
Game and Fish Commission's also on that system as well as the state police.
I fully expect by the end of 25, going into 26, that everyone will be on AWIN. The schools, we've got the schools on AWIN. They're already approved to be on AWIN. They've got channels. And the village is still left to get on AWIN. Lieutenant Ambulance Service is now on AWIN. So Bo has been working nonstop to try to get every public safety entity in Garland County on the AWIN program.
That can save a lot of lives.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then the last thing on there is $155,459 for 2 patrol officers at the sheriff's office. If you remember, we added 2 patrol positions over there, and they came out of this fund. And so next year, when we're starting to wind down this, the sheriff and I will be coming to you to present a plan for trying to put some more folks on the street.
Wait for it to pass.
Got a motion, Justice Owen, second from Justice Anderson. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it for the American Rescue Plan budget to be passed.
If you want to, since the sheriff is here, if you want to drop off and do his, we'll be glad to.
Let's do that. Let him get started.
I see it's a green tab, about halfway through.
Here's the big thick All the budgets.
He's not going in today, is he?
Definitely
The rate.
Unless it's hiding somewhere else.
Yeah, give it. That's weird.
There's nothing in between it and sanitation. Sheriff, you're
There's a reason, I got an extra one here.
Oh, you do?
Also, if you need one.
You know, hey,
We're good.
y'all are all lucky to have one, all I can say.
That isn't what you say to the auditors when they come in, is it?
They're the ones who keep me busy. I moved hers. I started with
Mike, what kind of vehicles will we be buying?
Tahoes are our preference, but Tahoes are our preference.
Okay.
We're having difficulties getting them at this point. We're still working on it for next year. We've got all the ones that either have received them or they're in the works for this year, all Tahoes.
For administrative purposes, I know we're not talking about capital today, but we may be looking at some electric blazers.
Oh,
If there are grants available that we can get those without using any of our own funding. I talked to the sheriff about it, and he said for administration, we might look at getting a few of those to see how they work out.
Be interesting.
There would have to be some funding available before we wouldn't have to be out anything. I know we've been working with Mac Volvo to try to procure an electric garbage truck. Billy's got a route plan for it already, and initially when they came out, there were enough grants available and rebates available that it was basically for the first 5 years of ownership. All we would have to do is put tires on it, and if any glass broke, they took care of absolutely everything else. And so the grants were available to where we weren't going to spend any money. Right now, they're not available, but we hope in the coming year that we may see that where we can actually get one of those as well. It's not that we're looking to move all that way, but I do believe it would be something that if we didn't have to spend any money on it, it may give us a little cheerier reception from ADEQ if we had something that was a little green energy.
I move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Rainey, second from Justice Drew.
I have a question. Vehicles. We got requested for 2024, 476,000. What are we planning on buying?
We are planning on buying 7 for enforcement, and we're talking enforcement, I guess, 7 Tahoes for next year.
We're almost to get to the point where we can, we've made large purchases of Tahoes in the past 2 years, 17 and then 12, I think.
Yeah.
But we're about to get to the point where we can start sectioning those out and rolling out every 5 years and try to keep the mileage down on them. I would love to be able to get in a position as the Arkansas Game and Fish, where prior to 100,000 miles, they actually sell the whole unit with all the equipment on it and move into something else because they sell them to smaller communities.
And we're about at 125,000 miles.
Is that, when do you switch off and sort of replace that vehicle?
And that's what we're shooting for, is 125. Now, a few years ago, it was 200 plus. So we made great strides.
Well, if it's okay with the court, I'd like to say that early on, when I joined the court, the squad cars were driven hot. In other words, if you had 4 officers per shift, then officer would come in to start his shift or her shift, and the car would drive up. It's been driven the last 24 hours in a row. You get in that car and take off, and that was your car for the next 8 or 12 hours. Well, cars that are driven hot, that are never shut down, if you can imagine, they don't last very long. And they get to be pretty trashy on the inside. And nobody, and that doesn't belong to that particular person. That, in other words, it's the ownership of that interest in there basically changes every 8 hours or every 12 hours. And so one of the things that we did, because we thought it was a good thing to do, was to establish the take-home policy, which means that if you're a patrol officer, you basically have a car assigned to you. Isn't that correct, Sheriff?
That is correct.
So that's the car that you're going to keep clean. You're going to try to not get it into any wrecks if you don't have to. And you can use it, if I understand it correctly, on your time off as long as you're wearing your uniform. So if you're going to the grocery store and it's your time off, you've still got the presence of a vehicle that belongs to the sheriff's office. It's marked and everything. And I don't know about the rest of you, but when I'm driving down the road and I see a vehicle with lights and stuff on it, my foot kind of automatically backs off the accelerator. And if I was any kind of misbehavior, which I don't really do, but if I trust me, I'm a lawyer. That I think they're a deterrent to criminal activity wherever you see it. And I think it's been a good thing. It's been a really good thing for our officers to have a vehicle that he or she can take home and is available. If there's a call out for that, everybody can get in their vehicles and get where they're supposed to be. I think that's really
Which we did on the pipeline explosion
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
I just think it was a benefit to the officers, and it's been a benefit to the public, I think.
I agree.
Anyway, that's the way it was back in the old days.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Get sheriff's budget to do pass. Next, we go to the breathalyzer fund.
This is probably one of the only budgets you'll see that has other miscellaneous, but
Yeah.
we didn't want to make a line just for breathalyzers, so he can only buy breathalyzers with it, so, or whatever.
Maintenance.
So we just left it in there, in the other.
Move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Rainey and a second by Justice Dixon. Any discussion?
Still pay for itself.
It does.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes. Give the breathalyzer fund to do pass. Next, we'll do the voting safety fund.
Move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion by Justice Rainey and a second by Justice Dixon. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Voting safety fund, give it a due pass. Next, we got the emergency vehicle fund.
Move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Rainey, second from Justice McGrew. Any discussion?
This new fund. We've had it for a while.
Oh, we've had this for a while.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Emergency Vehicle Fund, give it a due pass. Next, we got our American Rescue Plan Fund.
We've already been over that with the judge, but this is the sheriff's side, is those employees, patrol officers,
There are two of his patrol officers that are funded out of that.
that's personnel, so.
We don't need to.
We already approved this.
Yes.
Roll on to the bulletproof vest grant.
I believe that's a JAG grant, isn't it, Sheriff?
It is, and it's a 50-50 match.
Move adoption.
Second.
Have a motion from Justice Anderson, second from Justice Hunter. Any discussion?
I have a question for the sheriff. Now, these bulletproof vests, these are the ones that, because of deterioration or whatever, are really required to be changed every 5 years or so? Okay.
I mean,
So what happens to the 5-year-old vests?
we typically, there are occasions we may use them, but it's very, very, very limited. Other than that, they're destroyed.
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. For the bulletproof vest grant fund, be passed. Next, we got our STEP grant.
If this is the selected traffic enforcement or something?
Yes.
How's that working out? Pretty good?
Tremendous.
You mainly do it during holidays and such as that, or not?
We're required to do it Labor Day, holidays, July, 4th of July, and so forth, but we do it throughout the entire year. Seatbelt enforcement, speeding, DWIs.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion from Justice Dixon, a second from Justice Owen. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The STEP grant, give it a due pass. Next, we've got our detention facility.
So we're doing pretty good on the reimbursements from the state as far as housing.
Yeah, they've speeded that up now. We're getting our reimbursements within 30 days.
Has the rate increased yet, Mike? Does it take effect yet?
My understanding. Last month.
Are we still having to hold state-bound prisoners for lengthy periods of time?
We had 30 last week, and I think they took 12. So we're at around the 25 mark right now. But they've gotten much, much better than they were in the past.
Good, good.
So it looks like they're doing pretty good in the Social Security Administration prisoner fees too.
I'm not sure what they're paying.
I'll comment on the before and after. Before we built the detention center and started using it, what we used to use over here across the street, across the parking lot. You have comments about the difference in operations?
The main thing is, I hear a little bit, hey, it's a country club and so forth. I hear less and less of that. I mean, it is 100% a jail, even though, I mean, it is far superior than anything else
in the state. Our lawsuits are way tremendously down. I mean, it's rare that we actually get a lawsuit now. We're in the old jail. I mean, that was a monthly occurrence. Somebody suing for some type of violation. So, I mean, it's just night and day, night and day.
Michael, what's the metal awning?
That is for to cover cars out there, transport cars when they're not being used.
Oh,
I tell you where it kind of came to light was during that hail damage.
right.
We had, I mean,
Everything out there.
hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage. That would eliminate all that. So we've got an area that would be ideal for. So I think it would be a great investment on the county's part. And we can cover 16 vehicles.
Great. As a sidebar to that, I've taken one of my personal cars in to have it fixed. Wouldn't have anything to do with hail. It's just, I picked up a ding someplace, you know how maddening that is. I was told, come back in May.
Yeah.
They're booked out.
Yeah.
Everybody in the place is booked out.
We are still getting some of our vehicles repaired.
Is that right?
That's on your other part of your budget, for uniform zero, it's patrolman and so forth. Do they buy their uniforms 100%?
We are starting to purchase certain items for the patrol deputies. We've been doing it for detention, and we're gonna start doing it for patrol.
And that's what my question, I saw the 28,000 in detention, so detention guys and gals, you buy
Certain items.
1% of their uniforms.
Yeah, we buy probably 50% of their uniform. We don't buy everything. We don't buy the footwear. But they're expected to purchase because part of their salary goes for their uniform.
And you're moving on your deputies, patrol deputies and so forth towards helping with uniforms, because I've always had a hard time wrapping my mind around doing that job for pay, they do it, and they have to buy all their uniforms.
Yeah, so what we've been doing for detention for the last couple of years, we're gonna start doing for patrol. I mean, it's only fair. They're making the same pay, they should have the same benefits.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion?
I do.
So moved.
So how much?
Second.
So how much, you spend on the ports and uniforms that you plan on purchasing for?
For an example, at detention, we're purchasing 2 shirts, 2 Class B shirts. And then we'll be purchasing 2 Class B shirts for patrol. So you're looking at the most, you're looking at definitely be under $200 per deputy, probably closer to $150.
I was just wondering, as you know, when we worked at the police department, we had a clothing allowance. It's pretty good allowance.
It was, yeah, you're right.
So that's why I was wondering how much you were spending.
That was part of their salary. It's $1,000
Yeah.
into the salary several years ago, and it's just absorbed up into the salary. So that's why you're not seeing it separately. Because if we put it in the line item, then we have to track it, or this way it just goes their salary. They always have to count it on their taxes, wherever we put it. So it's just been put in their salary. Ever since I've been here, it's been in their salary.
Yeah.
And we did additional money for the detention center because we had a lot of new hires, and we didn't feel like the sheriff didn't feel like, they should have to. Some of them needed uniform right away, so.
And they flat did not have the money to purchase.
And he worked that in so he could be billed for it directly instead of them paying for it and getting reimbursed, because that's a problem. It's a problem for tax purposes. It's better for them to bill the county. So
We've seen it both ways, and we actually integrated it into the salary 4 or 5 years ago, and it became part of the salary.
We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Hope y'all got it, because I can't remember who it was.
Justice Rainey and Dix.
All right. All those any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Facility fund budget given due pass. Next we'll do the detention facility. Now we'll do, jail and operation and maintenance fund, I believe.
think the reserve.
Did we ever do the detention facility reserve fund?
Reserve fund is
I think
next.
reserve.
Not seeing it.
Oh, well.
It's immediately
Maybe
Oh,
I
I got
didn't
it,
put
I got it,
your
I skipped it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is the detention facility reserve fund. I thought it was there and then I
Move adoption.
Second.
have a motion second, any discussion?
Rainey and. Owen.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Give the detention facility and reserve fund a due pass. Now. We'll roll on into our jail operation maintenance fund.
This is a separate operation and maintenance fund than the other one.
Yeah, this is some money that's brought in from tickets, so it's very tight, so we always have to be very aware of it. Don't we, Sheriff? We have to watch it.
Yes.
It comes in from fines, not to exceed $20.
It actually jumped up to 40.
Oh, did it? I need to change that. Maybe the money will come in faster then.
Move for approval.
Doesn't appear.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Owens, second from Justice McGrew. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Jail operation maintenance fund budget to the due pass. Next, we have the juvenile housing and transport budget.
Move adoption.
Got a motion from Justice Rainey,
Second.
second from Justice McGrew. Any discussion?
I have a question. Judge, how's that working out that we no longer have the juvenile detention facility and we're
So, depends on who you talk to, but for the county's sake, it's working out fantastic. We are actually switching providers on that. We took bids and we only had one bidder on it. It's going to be Yale County.
Yale County.
Yale County is going to be the provider on that. They're offering real similar services to what we offer to here and a good facility. We were with Jefferson County, but this bid, the only person that bid this time was Yale County. So that's where we'll be transporting to now.
what's the distance between there and here?
I think the distance is almost identical. However, this is a little bit different terrain.
Just curious. Thank you.
We, I guess perhaps they have a new jail administrator at Jefferson County and they became very difficult to work with. If you'll remember in the juvenile court, we added a probation position and several monitors, but we're still about $300,000 ahead of where we were, and we're still working to provide a mental health facility in our old juvenile detention center.
Good.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Juvenile housing and transport budget fund is due pass. Next is our sheriff's commissary.
This is just funded and it goes out, it comes back in, and the commissions go into a whole nother fund and they're distributed back to the detention center and to the sheriff's office.
So this is where an inmate pays for phone calls
Yes,
and also if they want candy or whatever it is from the
exactly.
commissary, they can purchase it. Okay. I'd be doing a second.
Got a motion from Justice Dixon, second from Justice Owen. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? give the sheriff's commissary budget a due pass. We've got our justice assistant grant.
Move adoption.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Give the guy a grant. Do pass. Next we've got.
Man, that was grueling.
That one. We're not gonna do project safe neighborhood. We're not doing.
Thank you, Mike.
Sorry. Yeah. I should have took that off.
Take 9 of them.
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
Sheriff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll text the billing.
You did?
Someone else.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Give you a couple of weeks.
Going to animal control next.
Yeah, she's checking to see if Billy's out there. If he is,
Oh, okay.
let him come in. Sheriff got a question? He had asked questions. He's in the hot seat. He didn't get to ask questions. He's supposed to be answering questions.
He just wanna know about capital. I guess we'll go back to the judges until Bill gets here. I'll text Billy, and Ralph. So,
Let's do that. Go on.
Where we going to?
Back to the judge.
We're getting there.
Ralph said he'd be coming 12:30 instead of 12, and Billy, I haven't heard from. Awesome.
Animal control.
Renee.
Yeah, we only got a couple more budgets.
Is that a replacement on the vehicle or just a new vehicle?
We put the vehicle, keep the box, replace the vehicle. Within this year's budget, but they didn't get it done. Couldn't get it truck.
So basically, it's just like a slip-in camper?
Not really. There's no box on the truck, no bed on the truck.
Oh,
It
okay.
mounts to the frames, kind of like a dump bed or something with a little flat bed.
So you just built both that on the
We've done the memorial.
We had it in this year's budget. We've only got one vehicle there. We provide one vehicle through our contract.
Okay.
And so it was up for replacement.
Do you wanna have Ralph come at
Sure.
1 after lunch? Billy's coming in now, and,
Sure.
and then, or just leave his at 1 with Ralph's, and that way they just do lunch. and
Do we do animal control?
No.
This is it.
That'd be fine.
We're gonna do it, go ahead and give you animal control, correct?
Sounds good.
We'll just keep going until somebody shows up.
All right.
They're coming, yeah. Animal control.
Move adoption.
Second. That's too easy.
Yeah, motion from,
Rainy and Brady.
Good.
Second from
Might as well go ahead and sit
Second
down
from
for
Agree.
application one up when you're up.
any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any,
Nothing really changed on it. We'll still put 45, well, you don't care about the vehicle. So.
any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Animal control.
Who could ever vote against animal control?
Whoa.
I've got a question on
Don't
that.
say that.
Are
The
we
vote was already
seeing,
taken, Susan.
are we seeing a lot of people taking advantage of the pay and
We are. We actually are. It's doing much better than it was. And I don't know, I think Dr. Brown may be helping with that as well.
All right.
Did you mean that you're taking, that people are taking advantage of the program or
We
they're
can't
paying?
go there.
We even had a rabbit, I think. We even had a rabbit get there.
We're coming
Or
back.
rabbit or whatever. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff.
So,
I'm saying there was a rabbit, because we go through all, we get all the things and we have to pay 'em. So somebody had their rabbit.
Sanitation, solid waste is next.
No solid waste.
Solid waste.
Here it is. No, wait, no. I got it earlier, part of it.
Down in the middle.
Pink tab. Not
Got it.
the fourth pink.
It's kind of like the Last Supper.
dig in, buddy.
Yes, sir. That's your prize if you get done with it.
There you go.
Shannon, in your compilation of anticipated revenue, did you add the anticipated dollar increase for next year, house to house?
No, we didn't.
We didn't, yeah.
It's on the revenue side, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
We voted a dollar increase in the house to house for next year as well.
We didn't.
That'll just do nothing but make it better. I mean, we'll have a little wider margin there.
Right.
Whenever we get to that, you talk to those people, can you ask them to do something about how to control garbage? I've actually been behind a truck. and
We've
seen
actually had a conversation with them
stuff
already.
blow out of the collection trucks.
We've had a conversation with them already, and it's because they're in such a big hurry that they will not close their
They
gates.
won't close the truck. That's right.
And so it's not a manual thing, but they leave it open and we're constantly on them about it. And we've got our stickers in too, you know, when we started the trash deal back in May, we've got stickers through our reimbursed through the solid waste district. For recycling, there's stickers that go on top of the trash cans, and then our new trash cans that are gonna be made will have it embossed in the lid, but it's got an arrow pointing to which side of the car to put towards the road. And that's so when they dump it, it will come out a little bit at a time rather than having to open up all at once and dump. If you don't put the opening towards the road, it's a backwards process, and so the gate has to come all the way open before any trash comes in there. So tell them to do that and tell them to put it in a bag and tie it.
Yeah.
So many people just dump empty trash in there, and
Well,
so that when they dump it, if the wind's blowing it all, it takes off and goes everywhere. However, our trash crew has been working, and they've got they're down to about 62 miles left on the trash pickup, and they can tell you what they've been bringing in. They've been bringing a lot.
Yep.
So since they've been working the county roads, I sent an email to the sheriff, and they started working the state highways. I don't know if you've driven across the bypass, but there's a bag of trash about every 15 feet on the bypass where our jail people have went out and picked up trash on the bypass. They also did Carpenter Dam Road that Dave and I had a discussion about last week. They did Carpenter Dam Road. So they're working state highways. Our trash crew that we hired, our contractor, is doing the county roads, and it's making a big difference. I mean, you can see a big difference. They've also identified some illegal dumps, some places where Billy went out with a bulky waste truck, picked up a refrigerator and a couch, and things were dumped into some roads. But they said that they've really picked up some interesting objects on the side of the road. And I can attest to that. I did the same thing last year. There's some crazy stuff on our roadway, but it looks a lot better. And so they'll pick up again in January, then April, then September. That's when they start. It looks like it's going to take them close to 60 days to make a full round.
Each time they've been coming in, they've been bringing they got a 20-foot trailer and it's loaded down. Sidewalls on both sides.
That's a shame.
That is.
It's a shame. And
Well, they'll throw it on the side of the road that comes into the landfill.
yeah. 2 weeks after the new expressway extension was open, there was a couch, several bags of trash, one that somebody had thrown out and it had busted and went everywhere. But that was 2 weeks after it opened.
Yep.
It's just people have no respect.
We are the trashiest people.
That's exactly right.
If you hadn't noticed, the trash has increased mega.
Oh, yeah.
We've done some 1,000-ton weeks this year.
What about on the parts and auto repairs? 2047,
Yes, ma'am.
the increase in that,
The $100,000 increase in that right there is because right now you want to,
October.
okay.
So we, in May of 2022, we ordered 4-day cab trucks to replace our aged trucks that go to bauxite. And they were supposed to be delivered in August of 23. Now they've told us build dates are April for one of them, June for the other one, and they can't tell us when the other two are coming. So we've offset that. Now, since then, I may have found 3 that we might be able to purchase. They're coming in the end of this month. So I'm working, trying to get it because this increase in our parts and repairs, labor, and the downtime, it complicates things for Billy because if he gets a truck down on the side of the road, obviously you have to send somebody to get the truck, have to send somebody to get the driver, send another truck to get the trailer. Then you have to go on. If it's the wrong time of day, you have to turn around and come back because you don't have time to get to the landfill. So downtime is what we try to avoid. And we're made a practice of trying to improve our equipment out there every year. And so we did that. We started that process last year because we knew the trucks were going to be hard to get, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get those until maybe late next year. So if I can find some in the interim, we can probably reduce that after we find the others.
But parts is going up and they're harder to find right
They
now.
are.
So we're having to get them shipped in here from other states. So, whether we reduce that or not, the increase is there.
Absolutely.
It has to be there because if we don't, we've been running real tight. So to let you know that it ain't something you're wasting. It's coming.
And it's the volume at the landfill alone has picked up so much. They're doing about 3 times as much as they were as far as intake right now. So it's harder on equipment and it's just everything wears a lot faster than we anticipated. It's even shortened the life of our landfill. We're down to less than 40 years on the life of our landfill. Now 2 years ago, we were at 60 years.
Good Lord.
move for approval.
Got a motion from Justice Weeks and a second from Justice Anderson.
I've got a question.
Discussion.
Do you think that part of the reason we have an increased volume is because of the number of developments of those Airbnb type things around?
So, and Bo can attest to this, but his department between January 1 of 2023 and August 15th of 2023, they addressed 361 new addresses in Garland County. That's new facilities, new homes, new Airbnbs, whatever they are. That's 361 of them. So that kind of transitions to what Billy's seeing at his place. He sent me some pictures this week of 7 cars deep trying to get out. And they're not waiting for somebody up to move in front of them. They're just trying to get across the scales, get out, and they're 7 deep. So you can imagine how many were on the landfill face. We're close to 20 foot deep on the new cell that we just opened this year. It's unbelievable.
I'm 800 roll-off dumpsters out right now. And we're at most times, we're 2 days wait list. You can't get a dumpster within 2 days, most days.
How soon are we going to be ready to start planning for the next?
Oh, we're in it. We should be able to, we've already got the work done by Crafton Toll, and we have submitted a proposal for installation of pedometers that are going to be required in the next phase. And we're looking at doing an 8-acre expansion into phase 3. This was the last cell in phase 2, so we're looking at doing an 8-acre expansion into phase 3 and trying to make most of that into our first cell. Because we've been developing about 2 or 2.5 acres at a time. And I understand the reason is because clay was hard to get for one thing, and the cost of opening that cell and making it usable was exorbitant. So the money we've got put back in our reserve fund and moving away from the clay and going to a geotextile surface, it's basically a big mat that they put over the whole thing and weld it together. And it'll be better for the environment. It'll be better for everything. It'll be better for Garland County in the long run. But we're looking at doing that in this next phase. But the first thing we have to do is.
This is construction debris and such as that. It's not trash.
No, but the trash is up too. That's what Billy was saying. The 1,000-ton weeks is what he's transporting.
I'm transporting 1,000
over
tons
to
a
bauxite.
week to the bauxite.
And so that's.
That's
something
not
else.
including what we're the 150 tons that we're putting in our landfill every week.
But that's construction waste, basically.
That's 150, anywhere from 100 to 150 tons a week goes into our landfill, and then we put 1,000 tons in Republic landfill.
And that's in bauxite. And, you know, prior to having that, starting in 2020, I believe we started late 2019, September of 2019. We were going to either Two Pines, which is North Little Rock. You go around the 440 bypass and you come back in, and it's really hard to get to. Traffic's really bad. It takes about twice as long as going to bauxite. And we were also utilizing a facility of waste management in Jefferson County. So when this bid comes up again, it'll probably be bid out at the beginning of 26. If, and this is a solid waste district item, it's not necessarily Garland County's to own, but we're going to try to persuade them, if Waste Management has the low bid, we need to look at the impact that it's going to have on our time, our equipment, our fuel, things of that nature. I don't think that's ever been looked at before. We're going to study that impact before we say, yeah, it's $1 less a ton over here, so we're going to go with you. Because workforce is so important right now. If we can keep less people to operate, the better off we are. So I really think that Waste Management is going to be very competitive the next time we bid. And it could be devastating for Billy and his crew. I could see us having to put 2 more transport trucks on just to cover it.
Right now, I'm putting 3 loads a day into that landfill, most days with 6 trucks. Before 9 o'clock, I'm putting 1,000 yards of trash on them before they ever open the doors.
Yeah, those trucks run out early. Those guys leave at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and go over there and to beat the first round of traffic, you know, and get the first round on the ground. And then you're kind of offset to where you're not there at 8 o'clock and you're not there at 4 o'clock because you have to go through downtown Bryant to get to it. But it's so much better than going to
Absolutely
North Little Rock. But that's just something to keep in mind. And I know 26 sounds like it's a long ways off, but it's not.
Nope.
Come out there and look at that sale that we just opened a year ago. You'll know. It's coming fast.
You have a lot more land out there to be able to.
We do. We have 40 years left in our landfill.
Okay.
As the trash is coming in right now under the OEIR that we got right now, we got 40 years left.
Then I won't worry about it.
Don't worry. Me neither.
I'm not ready. You look like a spring chicken now.
One of the revenue items is a transfer in from that reserve fund for that purpose, and then in his capital, when you talk about it, it's in there.
You know, we had a vote yet.
Yep.
We
We didn't have a vote, but we had a motion in a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Solid Waste Fund, give us a due pass. We'll roll on into Solid Waste Reserve Appreciation Fund.
This is something we contribute to annually as well. We've got a very good program set up. We put money in each of these funds so that we don't have to come up with so much at once. And so you can see what the balance is in this, and we're going to do a transfer of some of that money over to start this next phase.
Move for approval.
Second.
I got a question. Why is it always 302,000? Why is that the number?
Because that's the way it's always been done.
I know, who figured that out? I don't know. It's always been.
I can't believe you said that.
Who did the second?
He hates.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Oh, you did?
It was established that way, and I'm sure they had a reason for it.
Yeah, that's just been always weird, and I hadn't had time to even think about it, but I just said, okay, whatever. Okay, we might change that.
I would be willing to bet it was a typo at some point. And the 2 was included for no reason. Because I can't imagine
It's
it.
been always coming in
Scrivener's
there.
error.
Weird.
Scrivener's error.
Scrivener's error, yes.
Well, I wasn't a scrivener back then.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Solid Waste Reserve Appreciation Fund, give us a due pass. Next, we've got our Cedar Glades Park Fund.
AJ Johnson. And we're out there at the picnic, you see what good shape he takes in the place and keeps it up.
Absolutely.
Really nice, really, really nice.
He does a great job.
If you're not familiar with him, you need to get to know him because he's a huge asset to Garland County.
Move for adoption.
Got a motion from Justice McGrew, second from Justice Anderson. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The solid waste, great blades, park budget funds get due fast.
Okay, skip the solid, the stormwater and go to the house.
Shelby's here.
Well, I know, but they're still sitting here.
She can come here and sit with him, but she's kind of part
Come on,
of it.
Shelley.
No,
You get right in the left.
absolutely not.
So we staying or we skipping?
Stay, just stay.
Staying?
Okay. The only reason I combine these together, stormwater's next.
Yeah.
The reason I combine them together is because the funding comes from the solid waste and it all kind of rolls in together. So when you do the revenues, you kind of pull all these in, even though they're a separate division.
Billy pays my bills
Yeah, I was going to say, we pay her bills. And we help her too.
all the time.
And she helps us.
We try.
I'm gonna stop the love fest by motion to pass.
Second.
Got a motion second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Give the stormwater a due pass.
That's easy. Now house to house is Rebecca and Billy.
Solid waste house to house.
Come on up, Rebecca.
She's kind of personnel and he's kind of he pays for the.
They're in it together.
Start saying this is a team effort. I don't get right back on the love.
I do the bills. Yep. she's a collector. It's way down because last year they bought those vehicles and this year we're not. Almost, maybe that's more, but
Well, not way down, but it's down.
They had a turkey truck. Oh, did?
Move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Rainey, second from Justice Hunter. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Ayes have it. House budget gives a due pass. Thank y'all.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Bill.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Billy, Shannon.
Y'all have a good day.
I want to go back to the judges' budgets and get
Yes,
those two
we'll talk
grants.
to Clay.
We got two
Well,
grants.
I'll talk to him.
Get them knocked out.
After animal control, there's a couple of grants in there. It's all
Safe
due.
road.
Garland County Safe Room.
What's the,
13A.
no, what's the fifth bill? I don't know.
You weren't on the back.
It's about an inch and a half difference is all.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought you said.
It is, and it's not a, job fit, it's got a thicker plate.
Probably. Even if we had, we did, we could tell, change it around.
I think we'll be able to.
We have a transfer out because we
We didn't
transferred
have
money,
quarter
we had a
fingers on,
transfer
there's a couple of those.
in
like, they're on
from,
the-
I think, CARES.
There's a buzzer in there that goes
But
off
we
if you get out
had
of the truck with that car brake
do it
system, and kids didn't have them. I wanted to see if they could program that in. Because
Susan,
you open the
I missed
door and the
part
car
of
brake.
that. Where did you say this came from?
Safe Room originally came from the CARES Act. We had to put the money in the budget, so it's in the beginning balance, but eventually we're gonna have to give it back. Because, I mean, we just borrowed it, and then this is a reimbursable grant, so if we ever build a safe room, if we ever get the money in, where we can afford to build one, then we'll pay that money back.
Thanks, Shannon.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion on the floor from Justice Dixon and a second from Drew. Any discussion on safe room grant? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Give the Garland County Safe Room Grant budget they do pass.
Judge, would you explain that one more time about the funding for it and what we're gonna have to do?
So the engineered estimate came just as COVID was hitting, and it was like $585,000 to build it with the engineered estimate. And generally speaking, they're close. They may be 10% off or so. We bid it out. The first time it came in at 1.1 million. Second time we bid it out, it came in at 1 million. Third time we bid it out, it came in at 1.1 million. We had a $900,000 bid, and then the guy said, wait a minute, I didn't figure my percentage in there, so I can't turn my bid in. We had two fail in the parking lot. One was bringing a bid in and got arrested at the door. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Got arrested at the door before they could get their bid in. So that's where we're at on. So what we're going through right now, our mitigation plan is with FEMA. FEMA has our mitigation plan. They sent it back. We've got to make some changes. Bo is working on that with Kristen down at West Central Arkansas Planning and Development. It's got to go back to FEMA again. They've got to approve our mitigation plan. It's got to come back to us. We've got to sign off on it. Then we have to ask FEMA for some more money. So when we ask them for some more money, we'll have a larger percentage we got to put in. But we have tried to bid it every way. We bid it with a construction manager. We bid it with me managing it, and it comes out the same no matter what. So we're going to have to ask for more funding from FEMA. But in order to do that, we've got to get our mitigation plan complete, bring the mitigation plan back here, and then ask FEMA for more funds, which I think that was an 80-20 split, maybe a 75-25. And we'll have to do the same thing there, but it will be a lot of additional funding coming from FEMA if they approve it. But Adam, ADEM, has already had our mitigation plan. They've approved it. It should have already been done, but there was a failure on Planning Development District's part. They did not get it done in time, so it's expired right now. But FEMA's got it. They sent it back twice for some changes, and Kristen asked yesterday for some help from Bo and Bobby to identify a couple of things that FEMA wanted on the mitigation plan.
And physically, how will it be located compared to our emergencies?
So if you when you go out the indoors, leaving the building here, if you look over, there's a somewhat of a little alcove carved out right next to the two sally port doors. It's kind of an indentation into the building there. It fits perfectly into that. It comes out flush with the front of the garage doors there. So it will fit right there, and there'll be a passageway from it into the area, in the 911 call center, into the hallway. There'll be a passage through there, and there'll be a passage to the outside. And all of the HVAC units that are located there right now are going to be located on the roof. And we have to have metal cages to go over them. And there's a lot of things FEMA requires for them. But it will basically be attached to the building there and be part of that building.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, we got the Southwest Trail.
They're actually had scheduled a meeting for today, a kickoff meeting for the Southwest Trail grant. We've got an EDA grant on it right now that we've been trying to get put in place, but Garber Engineering was the first engineering company that did the design on it. And they've been, for lack of a better term, they've done a poor job of getting everything ready to meet the grant needs. We've defined the first leg that we're going to do. Basically, it starts at Guy Street on Spring Street and goes out to Westinghouse Drive. It diverts off of Spring Street, right where what used to be Pennsylvania Avenue comes down the hill there, just this on the west side of the school boundary, diverts off and goes over into the private property there and goes out to Westinghouse because the road is so narrow there in front of the school. There's so much traffic. We felt it would be better to divert it off of the street and take it over there. It's actually going to go across there and then come out of Westinghouse and go down the old railroad tracks all the way over to the bypass. But the first leg of it that was scheduled to be done was from Guy Street to Westinghouse Drive. And that was what our EDA grant was designed for. Well, now they came back, Garland Engineering just came back and said, hey, that there's not enough right of way between the railroad right of way and the road right of way to fit it in there and meet the standards on trails. So when we have our kickoff meeting, we're gonna have to ask to be able to use it, the roadway there. Just push the bikes out onto the roadway and with signage and everything. And then get down to where we can fit into that right of way, drop over to there. Of course, our grant should in fact extend us on past Westinghouse at that point. So that's kind of where we're at with it. And it's been a slow process, but it's, Garber Engineering is very slow to respond. And the, Andrew, can't think of Andrew's last name, that was at Western Arkansas Planning Development. He applied for the grant. We received the grant, and then Andrew left West Central Arkansas Planning and Development. So we've been assigned to a new person there that had no institutional knowledge of this grant. And so it's been a troubling experience from the word go. But we're still working on it.
Move adoption.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Rainey, second from Justice Hunter. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it for the Southwest Trail Fund.
Wait,
No, let's keep
Do
going.
that.
grant and aid.
Just going to do.
Under grant and aid then?
What do we have next?
Grant and aid.
Grant and aid.
No, it's not, it's done, it's got its own fund.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a whole big month.
So on your grant and aid page, and we sign this every year, the city and county each pay $58,650 towards the district judge's salary when they became full-time judges. This is what the state assigned to us, and I mentioned earlier, Mountain Pine contributes any of their fines and fees to the operation as well. That's all done statutorily. Animal control, this is something we share with the city of Hot Springs on 50-50 split. We provide one vehicle there, and they provide all of the services of the county. And we pay actual with that. So even though we may budget $438,375 at the end of the year, if they didn't use some of their personnel money or they didn't use some of the funding for the trucks, we only pay actual. If it's not $876,000, if it's $800,000, we just pay $400,000. It's a split, and they do the compilation on that, send it to us, Susan reviews it, and then we pay off of that. District court, you saw the split of that earlier. The district court operation is 50-50. The building is like 24.9% because of the square footage. Garland County Conservation District, they provide some eradication services for beavers, and they also provide a lot for agricultural uses around here. And it's not just agricultural. They also provide stuff for if you need to have a compaction test done, if you need to have a stabilization of some type, they can provide you with information on that. And they also do beaver eradication, and they charge by the beaver. So several years back, they had a limit. It was like 35, I don't know. They had a maximum number of beavers that they would kill each time, and they would charge us for that so much per beaver. And we kept getting the bills, and it was like, man, they're killing the maximum amount of beavers every time. So I questioned it, and their response was, well, that's what we have to do to make our budget work out. Wasn't that what the response was?
And you want to take.
And I said, we're not going to do that anymore. If that's the way it works, I want the beaver tails. Bring the beaver tails to me, and because we've got another guy at the road department that eradicates beavers for Tony and them, because overnight they'll be able to dam and back a creek up into the road. But anyway, now we're paying for about 5 or 6 beavers each quarter now instead of the 75 beavers that we were paying for. So we've had that worked out for a few years, but that's beaver eradication services, and they also provide a lot for the community as well. Community services, that's just LMI households. It's for underserved and unserved. I think for the last 3 years, maybe 4, we provided a $10,354 fee to them. We pay that out throughout the year in quarterly installments. But they do a lot for the LMI households in Garland County. And so it's something that we believe is a good use of the funding. You never see them, they never come by, you never talk to them, but they always seem to deposit the check. Never been a problem, check coming by. Hot Springs Metro Partnership, it's an economic development, group that we've contracted with when it was, I guess, before it became Hot Springs Metro Partnership, it was Garland County Economic Development, something or another. When Jay Cheshire was here, it was started back in the early 2000s, and it was been for economic development since then. West Central Arkansas Planning and Development, we pay them out monthly, and they get a percentage of any grants they handle for us. They provide our solid waste. They oversee our solid waste district. They were overseeing our tire district. They're no longer overseeing that. That's kind of been pulled apart and dumped in our lap. There's a lot of grants management that comes through them. Stuff for like Mountain Valley Water, all those things, they go through them, and they provide the documentation for us on our audit, our federal audit that we have to have separately. And I also put $100,000 in here for operations of a senior center. I don't know if we're going to need that. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but in preliminary discussions with City of Hot Springs and CHI and several other entities, it looks like to operate the facility correctly, provide what we need to provide in a senior center, it's going to be about $300,000 a year. So if CHI, City of Hot Springs, and Garland County all partner in it, it would be about $100,000 a year each. Now, that's not going to be in perpetuity. I've already let them know if we decide to do this, then it will probably be for about the first 5 years to help them get operational where they can establish some grants, some funding from other sources. We have to find a facility first and see what it's going to take to get it up and going. But I think that given the large population of seniors that we have in Garland County, I think we need to try to operate one right. Even when we had the one before, it was not operated the way it should have been. They didn't provide all the things it should provide. And I think the more you provide, the more grants are available for you. So I think that if we do it right, I think we can get some more funding. I'd like to get to the point where we just do, kind of like we do the health department now. We provide major repairs if they need them. They've got a budget that kind of takes care of their operational expenses. I would like to get to that point someday with them, but trying to get it off the ground and get staffed and everything that we need to do, I'd like to be able to put $100,000 a year into that. We're in good shape to be able to do it right now, and I think it's a good use of the funds as well.
Move adoption.
Second. Got a motion from Justice Green, you got a second from Justice Anderson. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And as we move forward, we'll have discussions about the senior center and how we want to work on the operations of it.
Motion carried, by the way.
Only
Thank you,
thing
sir.
we have left are courts, or 4 courts. And
Okay.
they're all scheduled for after lunch at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead, the food's here.
Is it here?
Yes.
Food's on. So I guess we'll just take a break until 1 o'clock, come back in here about 10 till and get ready. Then all we really have left are the courts.
We shall go into recess.
Kind of looking
All ayes.
Division one.
Blame me, I see ya.
We didn't change anything. You told us what to do, we did it.
I made a few changes probably.
We did.
That's what you wanted to do.
Circuit Court, Division 1, Version A. Motion to approve.
A motion by Justice Owen, a second by Justice Anderson. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, noes? Ayes have it. Circuit Court Division 1, give the due pass.
That's on everything?
No.
Just the one.
I ain't got
That's okay.
You move it
Slow
too
down.
fast, that's whatever.
Hey, that sounds like a pretty broad motion to me.
Next, we got the Adult Drug Court Fund.
Move for due pass.
Second.
Got a motion and a second by Justice Owen and Justice Dixon. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Give Adult Drug Court a due pass. Next, we've got Circuit Court Division 1.
Motion for due pass.
Second.
A motion for due pass from Justice Owens, second from Justice Rainey.
You saw him put that back from the 20,000 before, it's been 16.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Give Circuit Court Cost Division 1 a due pass. Next, we have the Peer Recovery Specialist Grant Fund.
This will be for personnel because that's all it is.
Okay.
It's the last one on the budget, so you want to go ahead and do it?
Move for due pass.
Second.
Got a motion. I didn't catch who made the motion.
Owen.
Owen, second by Justice Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Peer Grant, give it a due pass.
Can we go ahead and get him to approve his part of the automation fund, which is gonna be under the next thing. Each one of the judges has $4,425 to spend. I had to cut it down a little bit from the 5,000 originally, so I had to cut it down to 4. And then we put all their money.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Anderson, second by Justice Owen. Any discussion?
It's all in IT hardware, I believe.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries.
While we're at it, let's go ahead and get the court cost fund, which is the fund that funds all 4 judges, their court cost money, the 3408, 09, 10, 11. This is what this is their circuit court money that comes from administrative justice from fees and fines that are collected.
Okay.
Move for adoption.
Got a motion second.
Who seconded?
Justice Hunter.
Okay. Because it only is a transfer in, a transfer out of these funds. If you approve the funds, you approve this.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries.
You're free.
Hey.
Now, do you want to listen?
Thank you very much. We appreciate your help.
I'll text you about 3 days morning.
Please do. I will respond. I have to work to jail at 1:30, so we'll stick out and turn it over to, you're next. No, you're next. She's next. Thank you. Taking care of us.
Absolutely.
See you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Circuit Court Division 2.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
And this is the red tablet.
Services, 3009.
In general, so last year, we have to pay American Tracking Services, and that's tracking our GPS units. So last year, instead of asking for more money, I took as much money for all the other accounts I could and put them into this one so that it would cover American Tracking Services for the year. Judge asked us to take $20,000 out of 3031 and pay GPS out of that account prior to using this. So there is a large sum in this one. However, if we go up to 30 monitors, which we can, we're going to be using every bit of 3031 and most of this one because it could run up to 60,000.
You may need to tell them what 3031 is.
Oh,
That's the juvenile probation fee fund. We're paying it out of that first, and then when unless they run out of that,
20,000, yeah.
then we'll draw from this one.
Because you don't have any idea how many of those monitors you're gonna have to have.
Right, it definitely fluctuates. On average, right now, we're running on average about 15 to 18 a month. But I can see that it can definitely go up.
Move for due pass.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Owen, second from Justice Dixon. Any discussion?
I was looking at 3020, the telephone fax line, $12,000. Why is it so high?
That also covers Ring Central, which
Covers
is
what?
Ring Central, which is the new telephone system, which
Our countywide phone system is included in that as well.
is 500, 400 something a month on top of.
So it's shared cost with other.
Well, she spent $5,915 as of July, so when we looked at it, we needed it to increase to make sure we didn't. I mean, they have a lot of people over there. How many employees do you have? You have several hundred.
Yeah.
That was a lot of
Yeah,
phones. 20 people.
Okay.
So, and then they have other phones in other areas for attorneys or different things, and each one has a fee.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Give it due pass. Next we've got Circuit Court Juvenile Division. Juvenile Probation Fee Fund.
There's your other monitors there.
In the past, we'd only allocated 8,500, but because of the increase in monitors, Judge asked us to have the extra 20,000 in that account. And that's where we'll start paying the monitors out of, up to 20,000, and then we'll go over to the.
Move adoption.
Second.
A motion on the floor from Justice Rainey, second from Justice Owen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Circuit Court Juvenile Division, Juvenile Probation Fee Fund, given the due pass. Next, we've got our Circuit Court Division 2 Juvenile Court.
Move pass.
Second. Got a motion from Justice Rainey and a second from Justice Anderson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, give the Circuit Court Division 2 Juvenile Court a due pass.
They have a grant, they have that grant here,
Okay.
and we had funded that grant because we talked about we'll be using some of that in January, we don't want to fortune.
That's one of those we did at the same time. Past several.
No, this is a grant, a juvenile,
We haven't voted on this one yet?
Grant.
There's a supplemental juvenile court fund grant at the very end. We funded $7,700 of it, I believe, just to keep her going through the months, because we usually go back and look at the grants in March after they've completed all their payments for 2023, then we have a better idea and we can reallocate.
But we
Move
do
for
make,
approval.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Dixon, second from Justice Rainey. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Supplemental juvenile court fund due pass.
They're also part of the court automation that y'all approved. Is that stand for all of it when y'all approved that
We
already?
did.
Yeah.
Okay, because each office has, whatever I said, 42, 5, for IT. So, okay.
Wait a minute, a lawyer wants to say something. You may now be excused.
I appreciate that, and thank you all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Circuit Court Division 3.
Thank you for lunch. Enjoyed it. Number two, you will hear this afternoon multiple outbursts of joy from my courtroom. It's adoption day. So do not expect me to be able to quiet that down. That is not possible.
Those are always the next two budgets.
Good deal, because I mean, these adoption people, I don't understand.
Move adoption.
Got a motion from Justice Rainey and a second from Justice Hunter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. For the Circuit Court Division 3 budget general fund, and then we'll go to Circuit Court Division 3. What's that?
Administration of Justice.
We left their 20,000 in their small equipment because they never spent theirs this year. So if they spend any part of that, it was, last year you offered 20,000 in each one of the budgets. The ones that used it, we reduced it, but the ones that didn't, we added it back because they had grown quite a balance in the circuit court cost fund. And so, but he hasn't spent it. He may never spend it. He don't spend much money in there.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Anderson, second from Justice Dixon. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We want to give Circuit Court Division 3 a due pass. Got That's it.
Now we got, Division 4.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This goes a lot easier without the key.
Have you done that, Kara?
Call, or have Anna call. We have Anna call.
If they're not here, we can always look at it and see what they have questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's, they didn't change anything, they changed their budget. Really, it's the same, they said leave it the same. So, I mean.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Owen, a second from Justice Anderson. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Give the circuit court division 4 approval. Pass it on. And then, circuit court division 4.
Administrative of justice.
Oh, it was there. Yeah, get it kind of, oh.
Ready for a
This
motion?
one was actually reduced.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion from Justice Owen, a second from Justice Anderson, I believe. Any discussion?
That's it.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Good turn.
Move to adjourn. All right, I need a motion to adjourn.
The only changes were the two voluntary postage changes. Yeah. Okay.